Okay, Israel Shalom. Hope everybody's doing Tawaf today. Shout out Cabo Cab and this congregation in Guatemala. And the brothers and sisters that they're being taught from Cali to Georgia. Hope everybody's doing Tawaf today. Also, shout out SOW family, Virginia, Zakia, SW Houston, Quantazop, SOW Rochester, New York, Zion. Hope everybody's doing solid, doing Tawaf. Everybody's fighting a good fight. Also, brothers and sisters in San Antonio. Hope everybody's doing well today. And also just Israel in general that's trying to fight and stay vigilant. And during these times, hope everybody's doing well today. Also, we're going to send our prayers to the Most High and go from there. We're going that way, just us for now. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Netananawa. A war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Netananawa. Rayah. Nayachaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua.
Hahawa'a. Netananawa. Shabbat. Ba'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yanathan. Ramawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamayah. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yeshon. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Tizalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Hashemat. Yala'a. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Barayala. Yahweh. Yashemariah. Yakol. Right. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Abulakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. I will love.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite freedom. Okay. Shemariah Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad. Shemariah Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad. Shemariah Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah. Shemaiah. Hayah. Shamkat. Yahweh. Malak. Taba'at. Watazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'aratiza. Kawa. Hayah. Ba'Shemaiah. Netananawa. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Wasalashana.
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka. Alahaya. Akharya. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt know other power before me.
Number 2. La'a. Ta'ina. Laka. Fasal. Wala'a. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make in thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Talaq. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Taratazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Tana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Taganat.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'chamad. Paul. Asherah. La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa'ah. Let
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshavium.
Israel seated.
Okay. For these last few weeks, we've been dealing with the Maccabees, and specifically the reign of Jonathan, Judas Maccabee's brother. And through the process of Jonathan's stewardship, Jonathan's leadership, Jonathan's accountability for the nation, the Most High had been really, truly blessing him, looking after him and his endeavors, and the Jews were slowly grinding out and carving a niche in the region. And at this particular time, they had a niche they took a position in the nation where they had military prowess in the cold Syrian region. But despite the fact that they had this military presence, and they can you work on that?
Yeah,
and that they were getting stronger in the region militarily, they still needed assistance because the Greek Empire was in shambles. There was a lot of changing of authority, changing of power. You had Antiochus VI was in power, just taking out Demetrius II. There was all these switching of allegiances that made it hard to trust in the direction of this empire. Okay, so consequently, the Spirit, and I really do mean the Spirit, led Jonathan to continue relations with the Romans. Okay, so let's read this. First Maccabees, chapter 12 and verse 1. First Maccabees, chapter 12 and verse 1. Kariah, let's get you started. It's right there. It's right there.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Gatam.
How about Shem Yahshua B'Gatam?
That's my top. All right. So let's go to 1 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 1.
God. First Maccabees, chapter 12, and verse 1. Now when Jonathan saw that the time served him, he chose certain men and sent them to Rome.
When it says the time served them, they just got through a battle, and there was a little break in the action, so to speak. So now he had the time that he could take away from fighting wars. Now he can start reestablishing relationships with other countries. Now, we will eventually read down the line that this is a devil's bargain, but it's a bargain that you have to tap into in order to survive and to sustain the present culture and the environment. Don't forget, since 586 BC, we had lost our sovereignty, lost our power, lost our positions. So since we lost our sovereignty in 586 BC, we were reduced to cutting deals and working on relationships with the nations for our survival. So understanding that, and understanding that Judas, when the Spirit was working through him, had initiated communications with the Romans, because what people don't understand is the Greek Empire was on the decline, and the Roman Empire was on the increase. Rome had worked their position from taking over Greece, making them a vassal, working westward through Spain and France and Spain, working down south through the Mediterranean Sea, taking over, well, I don't want to say taking over, but getting a stranglehold over northern Africa and the Crete Islands, and from there, working their way slowly eastward.
And one of the biggest mistakes was hiring the Romans to be security for the Greeks. Because the Greeks couldn't maintain militarily. And so they brought in the Romans as a security force. But once the Romans implanted themselves and saw the wealth and the grain and the trade that was going on, they didn't want to leave.
We want to get in. We want this money.
It's like Suge Knight taking over Death Row Records. You know what I'm saying?
So that's security
he started off as a security guard.
Same spirit.
Listen, y'all tired of all that dancing and shaking and jiving. You know, over here at Death Row.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that Rome was gaining momentum. The Ptolemaic Empire, which was in Egypt, really pretty much had become vassals to the Romans, and the Romans were working their way eastward still, and they were breaking the Seleucid line as well. So, with that being the case, with wisdom and with insight, Jonathan was reestablishing relations with the Romans, because that was the only way you were going to have sustainable freedom from these wars and these constant interferences that the Greeks kept imposing on the people. Okay? So, the Most High is obviously working through Jonathan to stabilize the nation. So read verse 1 again.
First Maccabees 12 and verse 1. Now when Jonathan saw that the time served him, he chose certain men and sent them to Rome to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them.
So once again, what's happening now is Jonathan's taking the time that he's gotten from the relief of wars and is reestablishing alliances with the Roman Empire. And this is strategically going to set up Israel down the line very soon, and is going to give us momentary peace. And eventually, we will be able to remove ourselves from the Greek oppression sooner than later. But once again, does Jonathan know this? Is he a soothsayer? Can he read into the future? No. Because what we're going to read eventually when we get through 1 Maccabees 12 is that Jonathan reestablishes relationships with the Romans, reestablishes relationships with Israelites all throughout Greece, and fortifies the surroundings in Jerusalem, not knowing what's about to happen next. The Spirit's just flowing through him. And what I want to explain that, well, before I jump into that, just keep this in mind, that the Spirit is working through Jonathan to establish alliances and to reorder the nation for what is to come. He doesn't know what's about to happen, but he's making all these moves accordingly because something is moving him in this direction. Okay? Now, with that, keep that in mind. We're not going to go into the rest of 1 Maccabees 12 because it's just going to be going through the letters that were exchanged between the Israelites to the Romans and the Romans back to the Israelites, and then the letters to the Israelites in Greece and then the Israelites back, the Greek Israelites sending letters back to Jonathan. What I want to go into, I want to take a little veer off of the chapter, and I want to explain how the Spirit moves through people, because it sounds very mystical. When you talk about the Spirit, when you talk about wisdom, all that sounds very out there in the atmosphere, and I want to help explain how the Spirit moves as clear as possible. Because whether it's Judas Maccabees, whether it's Jonathan, whether it's the prophets, whether it's Jeremiah, whether it's Elijah, whether it's any man that the Most High taps and chooses, or any Israelite who's operating in Christ, there are certain ways that the Spirit flows through you, that the Most High works through you to do good works. And I think if we understood how to think that way, then we can kind of take that template and pattern it in our lives also. So, hold this. Go to Luke chapter 16, verse 1 through 12.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 1.
Everybody get it? Read it.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 1. And he said also unto his disciples, there was a certain rich man which had a steward.
This is obviously Christ establishing and setting up a parable. He said there was a rich man that had a steward. What is a steward?
Steward is a butler.
Okay, a servant, right?
Mm-hmm.
A steward is a butler or a servant who is working under this rich man to sustain and look after his goods, his business endeavors, his properties, whatever it is. He's a butler and a servant to the rich man. Read on.
Come. And the same was accused unto him that he had wasted his goods.
So, this is the parable of the unjust steward. And there's an accusation that this steward isn't doing his job. The steward is misappropriating funds, messing up, screwing up the business, and the information gets back to the rich man. Right? Now read on.
Verse 2. And he called him and said unto him, how is it that I hear this of thee?
He says, how am I hearing these messed up reports about how you're doing business? Read on.
Give an account of thy stewardship, for thou mayest be no longer steward.
So he said, listen, I need to look at these numbers. I need this books. I need this information because I'm going to take this position from you.
He's basically auditing his stewardship.
Listen, he's auditing the stewardship and he's saying you're out of there. He doesn't want the audit to see if the reports are true. He wants the audit with the reality that you're getting taken out. You're ousted. Because obviously the reports are so bad that he's already on the hook. Okay? He says, I want to report your stewardship is on the line. Your stewardship is you're no longer a steward.
He's asking for receipts.
Yeah, he wants receipts because you know why? Listen, why does he want receipts? Read that verse 2 again.
Verse 2. And he called him and said unto him, how is it that I hear this of thee, giving an account of thy stewardship, for thou mayest be no longer steward.
So he's taking the position of steward from this guy, and he wants all the receipts of the debts that he has for the rich man. He says, I want all these receipts that you're owing, that the people owe you, which really owe me. Give me the receipts, because I'm taking the position from you. Meaning I need a list of everything everybody owes from you, because it's my money, and I don't trust you're going to do business the right way with it. So I'm taking you out of position and going to give that responsibility to somebody else. So obviously this steward's job was debt collection. And money management. Read on verse 3.
Verse 3. Then the steward said within himself, what shall I do?
What's my next plan? How am I going to eat? How am I going to survive? How am I going to function? Read on.
For my Lord taketh away from me the stewardship.
So the rich man, he already knows he's lost the job. He's out of commission. His money is no longer going to be what it used to be. He's in trouble. Read on.
I cannot dig. To beg, I am ashamed.
Pretty much, he doesn't have a lot of options. He's not going to sit back here and go back on the streets and panhandle and beg to survive. So he's trying to figure out what's his next move and how he's going to get over and sustain himself moving down the line. Right? Read on.
I am resolved what to do.
I figured it out. He thought about it. He stressed about it. And he figured a way to get out of his situation to buy himself some time. Read on.
That when I am put out of the stewardship.
Once he takes me out, because I'm going to be out. And there's no getting around that. He obviously did what the rich man accused him of.
He wasn't very ethical.
He's not acting like, oh man, let me show him the paperwork. It was a typographical error. He knows what he was doing. He was messing up. He made the wrong decision. And instead of sitting back here and panicking and letting the situation completely break him, he had the presence of mind to create a solution to get out of his circumstances. Right? Read on.
When I am put out of the stewardship, they may receive me into their houses.
So he says, I have to find a way. I got to find a landing spot. I don't want to sit back here and sleep on the streets. So how can I sit back here and find a place to crash, to buy me time, okay, to figure my next move out?
Yeah, because once the word gets out that his steward no longer trusts him, nobody's going to trust him.
Huh?
You've lost all trust. So now the question is, before the word gets out there that I'm not trustworthy,
Yep.
I got to make some moves.
And I got to set up some new alliances. I got to check my traps like this.
Yep.
I got to check my traps, or I got to make some. I got to build some traps. I got to do something to survive. Because if I don't make a move, I'm out of there. I'm stuck. Read on.
So he called everyone of his Lord's debtors
So listen,
unto him.
he called everybody that he was the steward for. That he was the middleman for the rich man. So he sat back here and beat the rich man to the punch, called all the debtors, and first of all, shame on the rich man for not knowing what everybody owed. Because he didn't know nothing about the business. He completely entrusted the steward. And now the steward going to sit back here and use that to his advantage. So he calls all the people that owe the rich man money. Read on.
And said unto the first, how much owest thou unto my Lord?
How much? Listen, once again, the person in debt doesn't know what's going down. So it says, how much do you owe my Lord? Read on.
And he said, 100 measures of oil. And he said unto him, take thy bill, and sit down quickly, and write 50.
He said, sit back and scratch that 100, and say it's 50.
My discounts.
Hold on. Make sure it doesn't hit that. Okay. Make sure, because we'll be like, yeah. But so what's happening is he said, okay, instead of having 100 that he owe, say it's 50. Don't worry about it. I got you, man. And you know, the person gonna say, hell yeah, I'll take that deal.
They just cut my debt in half.
You cut my debt in half. Thank you, kind sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, steward man, for hooking me up. Read on.
Then said he to another, and how much owest thou?
Don't forget, this is the unjust steward. This is not a good guy. I am not saying he's a good man for doing this shiesty stuff. But there is a spiritual lesson to this at the end. So read on.
Then said he to another, and how much owest thou? And he said, 100 measures of wheat. And he said unto him, take thy bill and write 80.
He said, what you need to do, instead of it being 100, say 80 is owed. And if 80 is owed, I'm still doing you a solid. Everybody should be happy. Well, not everybody. The rich man ain't happy. But the steward's happy, and the person that he gave him a deal is happy. Right? So once again, what is he doing? He knows he's about to fall, but he's setting up landing spots. He's setting up opportunities and deals that's going to come his way. Read on.
It says, and the Lord commended the unjust steward because he had done wisely.
What he's saying is the rich man said, you know what, that was smart. He outsmarted the rich man. And I guess in this realm, he respected how he was able to move and survive, knowing the information and the fallout that was about to happen. And I guess the Lord understood criminal activity and respected his side moves and his criminal activity. So the rich man respected the steward for doing these sly, underhanded survival techniques. Read on.
For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light.
So what does this mean? He says, this is Christ saying, the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. Yes, sis?
That the ones without knowledge are they're more in tune, they're more with it than those of us that have the knowledge.
And to add on to that, they're more adaptable.
Yeah.
They're less rigid. They're less robotic. And because they're less robotic and less rigid and more adaptable, they can make adjustments better to their circumstances. This is the lesson. The issue with the spiritual person is that we're so unadaptable, we can't adjust to the environment. Perfect example. How many of our people got murdered on the Sabbath day? Remember during the time of Antiochus Epiphanes? I'm going to say this. Everybody focuses on that day where Antiochus Epiphanes came in and killed Jews on the Sabbath day. People forget that Ptolemy Soter, which was 3 generations before Antiochus Epiphanes, walked up to Jerusalem on the Sabbath day and took hundreds of thousands of Jews and put them into slavery on the Sabbath day. Because it was understood that we don't do nothing on the Sabbath day. So our enemy took advantage of our what? Our rigidness, our lack of adaptability, our lack of common sense in real war situations. And what was Christ explaining? Not that the unjust steward was just, but the unjust steward or the children of darkness of the world have a greater adaptability and common sense than most Israelites that know the Bible do. Why am I explaining this? Because even in 1 Maccabees chapter 12, where Jonathan is in this constant struggle for survival, siding with one Greek faction to another Greek faction, and he's sitting back here and working on allegiances with them. He's got to know this isn't working. He's got to know that he just had an allegiance with Demetrius. He turned on him. Now he's working with Antiochus VI. He has to know there's a possibility that this might not turn out right either. So he has to be wise enough to say, okay, I got to think out the box and maintain some allegiance with these Romans because they're coming. And I got to see that these Greeks are losing their empire literally by the day. And you can see when an empire starts to fall that the changing of authority keeps switching every few years. And this has been happening all throughout Jonathan's time. So Jonathan is able to start reading the tea leaf that's in front of him and is able to make an adaptable decision to sustain himself. Okay? So this is how the Spirit is working through Jonathan. And Christ is just saying that, man, I wish my people were more spiritually adaptable and less rigid to how the Spirit moves. Didn't the scripture say the Spirit moves like the wind? And can we find that verse? I think it's John 3. I think it's John 3. I don't want to spend too much time looking for it. There it is, 3 and 8. That's what I figured. Let's do St. John chapter 3, verse 8.
St. John chapter 3 and verse 8.
This was Christ talking to, I think it was Caiaphas, the high priest at the time. Nicodemus. Not Caiaphas, Nicodemus. Read that. John 3 and 8.
John chapter 3 and verse 8. The wind blows where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goes.
So you can't tell where the wind came from and where it's going. Read on.
So is everyone that is born of the Spirit.
So he's saying, if you're born of the Spirit, you're able to adapt in the ways of the Spirit. And once again, this topic can get very mystical. And I'm trying to demystify it as much as possible. And in a little bit, I'm going to explain what being in the Spirit is. But before I can explain what being in the Spirit is, I have to explain that the adaptability is what Christ is trying to say that the children of light do not have. Whereas the children of the world have a greater ability to adapt and adjust to the circumstances in front of them. Now, the children of the world adapt based off of carnal motivations, based off of carnal reasoning. So they adapt based on the flesh. Christ is saying we haven't learned to properly adapt in the Spirit. Okay? Now, let's go back to Luke 16 and read verse 8 again. We're going to read to verse 12.
Fine.
Yes?
Luke.
Yes, sis?
So, just so I understand what you're saying, the last part that you just said, how the generation of the world is more adaptable based on carnal
Yes.
versus those with the knowledge because they're not spiritual enough?
No, I said the children of the light aren't able to adapt spiritually. So we just read it on John 3 that the Spirit is like the wind. You don't know where it's going. You don't know where it came from. You don't know where it's going. So the Spirit is constantly changing. Our spiritual environment is constantly changing. But if our spiritual environment is constantly changing and we're rigid, how are we able to adapt to the Spirit? How are we able to adapt to the direction the Most High is taking us? Because that's what it is. The Spirit that Christ is talking about in John is the direction and how the Most High is trying to push us. The direction he's pushing us and he's developing us. But he's saying that we're too rigid and robotic to pick up on the spirit that he takes us. And he says he wishes that the children of the light could spiritually adapt like the children of the world can adapt to the world based off their hunger and their financial needs and their desire to come up. He's like, we lack the ability to sit back and be sensitive to what the Spirit's telling us. Just listen, that's why, listen. Even Paul got caught up. Remember Paul in Acts, he was like a rise, kill and eat. And he was like, why am I eating pork? This don't even make sense. I've never eaten pork. But it had nothing to do with pork. And Moses had to tell him 3 times and he still didn't get it. He said, man, just go and follow this guy. Just go and follow him. And then at the very end, he said, oh, I can't call my people common and unclean. I can't call Israelites who don't know who they are unclean. But it took him a whole adventure to figure out where the Spirit was leading him. This is a small example of how we're stubborn in the Spirit. At least he picked up quick enough to follow the messenger. We don't even do that. Because we're disconnected to how the Spirit communicates to us. That's the point. Because and why are we disconnected to the Spirit that's leading us? We're going to go into why in a second. But it has a lot to do with the flesh that's still inside of us. We're still carnal. We're still robotic. We're still selfish. And because of all that hate and negative in us, you can't follow the Spirit. Because the Spirit's constantly moving you. But you have to be adaptable in your spirit to follow it. It's just like we've been talking about it in counsel over the past few weeks, like in Galatians 6. It says how we're supposed to do what? In meekness, do what?
Restore those that fall in the spirit of meekness.
We have to restore the people who are negative in the spirit of meekness. Meaning what? You can't restore young brothers, young sisters, if you take them personal. So if I take people personal, I can't heal you. But that also means I can't go with the Spirit. I can't flow with the Spirit. If the Spirit is trying to move me in a direction of this person, but I take this person personally and I get angry at this person, then I'm not able to be accessible to the lesson the Spirit's taking me to. So you know what the Most High is like, okay, this person failed their lesson. I got to send this young person to somebody else because this older person never figured it out. So now I got to give them another student to teach the lesson I want for them. But the lesson was meant for you to teach them, but you lacked the capability because you couldn't adjust to the Spirit. That is what Christ is explaining in John 3 and Luke chapter 16. So let's get back to Luke 16 and verse 8 again.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 8. And the Lord commended the unjust steward because he had done wisely. For the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light.
So the spiritual person is rigid. The carnal person is more adaptable. Read on.
And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness.
So even Christ was like, it doesn't hurt to make alliances with people that can help you if you're in a pinch. Okay, read on.
It says that when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitations.
And he's saying, and this was the Spirit. I went through all this to pull out this point, that this is what Jonathan was doing in 1 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 1. He was making friends of the Mammon of unrighteousness. Because what he is saying is, okay, I have this relationship with Antiochus VI and his not his advisor, but his regent, Trypho. In case this doesn't work out, I need a trump card against this guy. So let me sit back here and build a relationship, rebuild a relationship with these Romans, because I might have to switch sides to protect my nation. Okay? So this is what's going down. He's sitting back here and making friends with the Mammon of unrighteous. He's not just being so rigid. For instance, initially, Judas made no alliances with the Greeks, right? And because he made no alliances with the Greeks, it was wise at the time. Because he had to be the guy that was all war, all fighting, backing these guys off and establishing respect from these other nations. By the time Jonathan came in, they were whittled down to a couple thousand. Remember? It was only like 2,000 freedom fighters left. And they were all hiding. And the Most High forced them out of hiding just to keep fighting, to put them in a position where if they didn't set up an alliance with these Greeks, they would have been taken out. So what was the spirit? What was the direction the spirit was taking them? You're going to have to make alliances to survive. Because you're not going to sit back here and be able to be in the swamp forever. Wasn't that what was happening? How long can you keep your nation in the swamp? Listen, that's what the Maroons of Jamaica had to do. That's what the Seminole Indians were doing in the damn swamps of Florida.
Florida, yeah.
They were just sitting here and just being swamp people. And going deeper and deeper into the swamp, just suffering for generations. So the Most High was like, either you're going to be suffering in swamps, hiding, or you're going to make an allegiance and get yourself, eventually work yourself back into the city so that your example can be strong in the city. Because as long as those Israelites were in the swamp, who was in the city?
Greeks.
Hellenized Israelites. Sellout Jews were in Jerusalem corrupting everybody in the city. So either they were going to play ball and work and be adaptable, or the rest of the nation was going to die out. That's the point. So there's a time when you have to be adaptable in the spirit to keep growing and for your nation to grow. Continue.
Verse 10. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much.
Mm-hmm.
And he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much.
Mm-hmm.
If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit your trust the true riches?
Who will commit to your trust the true riches? All he's saying is there is a template and an adaptability that you need in common sense. You need in all arenas. And we have to start learning adaptability in all arenas, or we're going to continue to fail. We're going to continue to fall.
The ability to adjust to the spiritual circumstances.
To what's needed.
Because if the
to what's
circumstances,
spiritually needed.
if the circumstances you're in a cave, and people are trying to kill you, and the spirit is like, it would be wise to put this rock up to hide your children and your family so you don't get killed on the Sabbath day.
Mm-hmm.
But the person says we can't move the rock on the Sabbath day because we can't do any work on the Sabbath day. So just kill your kids?
Their answer was yes.
Can I adapt?
Because it's not, don't forget, it's not like, we can't say we had historical evidence. That's why I go back to Ptolemy, Soter the first. We already had a precedent that the white man will go into your city on your Sabbath day and throw you in slavery.
And chains.
So we already had history of that for over a couple hundred years. So it wasn't like we were ignorant to this possibility. So, and if we weren't ignorant to the possibility that this could happen, why go back and do it again?
Because we couldn't adjust. Simple as that. We could adjust to the circumstances, but if it's the flesh, we can adjust.
And that's the point. And that's the lesson.
We'll adjust for the flesh,
but not for the spirit.
But we won't adjust for the spirit. And the Most High is like, he's really reviewing that issue.
Mm-hmm.
I want to bring up a point
Yes.
too. Matthew chapter 22, verse 17.
Matthew chapter 22 and verse 17.
Read that.
Tell us, therefore, what thinkest thou?
And this is the Pharisees, rigid-minded men, Sadducees. He said, what do you think about this? Read on.
Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar?
So that inability to play both sides is what the Pharisees was going to use to entrap Christ and snitch on Christ and betray him. They posed the question, is it lawful to pay tribute and pay your taxes to Caesar? Because if Christ would have said no, then they would have went and told the Romans, this guy don't pay taxes.
And he's trying to inspire the people to not pay taxes.
Yeah, he's trying to go against the taxation of the king. He's going against the king and taking away the king's tax money.
Yep.
They were going to use that as ammunition to come back and violate Christ and betray him. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not?
Go ahead.
But Yahushua perceived their wickedness.
He said he perceived their what?
Their wickedness.
But what is Christ saying? Do you think that I'm gonna purposely not pay the Romans their tribute money? Not pay my taxes to the Romans? You think I'm gonna spread the word that you're a Jew, you don't have to pay taxes. You never have to file your taxes and pay your taxes. Because you're a Jew. What did Christ say? Read.
But Yahushua perceived their wickedness and said, why tempt ye me?
Why are you tempting me? Read.
Ye hypocrites.
Go ahead.
Show me the tribute money.
Go ahead.
And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, who is this image and superscription?
Whose face and name is on this penny? Whose face and name do you see on this tribute money? The same money that the Pharisees are using to collect tribute. Read on.
They say unto him, Caesar's.
Is Caesar's, or basically the Roman king's, face on the penny. Read on.
Then saith he unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar.
So what is Christ saying? Do you disobey the powers that be because you're a Jew and you don't have to pay Caesar? Christ understood what they were trying to do. They thought that he was so rigid as to make himself an enemy of Rome. Read on. He said what? Render unto what?
Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar.
That's that man's tax money. So guess what you have to do? You got to pay that man who's in power his taxes. He says, but you don't just owe that man who's in power his taxes. You also owe who? Read on.
And unto the Most High the things that are the Most High.
Showing what? Adaptability.
Mm-hmm.
And flexibility. Christ wasn't so rigid to where he was like completely denounced the Roman Empire and their king and don't pay your taxes. He wasn't that rigid. He was flexible. And he was adaptable to understand. He understood what the Romans want. They want their taxes and that's what they care about. But the Most High cares about something that you got to give him also. But we don't know how to go between both.
Yep.
We're the ones that have trouble. That's why even the Pharisees use that as an opportunity to betray him. To entrap him. Because we don't understand how to be flexible and how to be adaptable in situations. You let that go.
Listen, we're done with Luke. Let's go to Matthew 10. Let's go to Matthew 10 and verse 8 down to 16.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 8.
Now, obviously, from verse 8 down is talking about the responsibility that the disciples had to teach the word. Okay? Heal the sick, cleanse the leper, preach, read verse 7. Start at verse 7.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 7. And as ye go, preach, saying, the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Mm-hmm. So obviously this is talking about Christ's orders for the disciples to teach and teach the kingdom. Read on.
Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely ye have received, freely give.
So he's teaching one of the major aspects of the responsibility of the teacher is to freely give. Give with no expectation. Right? Now that sounds phenomenal. And when we're young in the spirit, we think that that's an easy task. But this, as we're reading this chapter, we're going to find out that we're not adaptable even in that. But continue.
Verse 9. Provide neither gold nor silver nor brass in your purses.
So what is he saying? Don't overthink your mission. Don't over-prepare your mission. Don't sit back and try to control every aspect of your mission. Read on.
Nor strip for your journey, neither 2 coats, neither shoes, nor yet staves. For the workman is worthy of his meat.
So he's also saying, when you start serving for the Most High, prepare to live day to day. Prepare to live literally off of your work. When you serve the Most High, it's not a comfortable, controlled environment.
No guarantees.
But this is the thing. But is it easy to give for free when you're living on the edge every day? It's more challenging to give when there's a good chance in the back of your mind you might not get nothing back today. It's easy for these philanthropists to give. They always give in December. Why are they giving all this money in December? Because they got a tax write-off to do. So what does it mean? I know how much I made. I know what my surplus is. So now I got to make sure I give a certain amount of money for taxes so I don't pay. Well, I got to give a certain amount of money to charity because what I give for charity is going to be less than what I have to pay out to Uncle Sam. So you sit back here and you walk by and you see Tom's shoes, ugly damn shoes, and they sit back here and says, yeah, we're going to sit back here and take $1 per shoe and give it to these little African babies. Little nigger African babies. Take it. They need water too. And you sit back here and you think they're doing such a great job, but it's in their business model that when they do that, they're making money on the back end.
They're profiting.
They're profiting by giving away. They're profiting. They're not giving something for nothing. I'm saying that because the conditions to teaching is that you're supposed to freely give every single day with the notion in the front of your face that fear of not getting back, that eats at a person. But he's saying that's the condition of service. Giving for free, but knowing that you're going to sit back and have just enough. I'm giving you just enough, but I want you to give max. That's the trade-off. But that don't feel good, does it?
Sounds like faith.
That sounds like faith, and that sounds like a business most people would rather retire from as soon as they do it. Read on.
God says, and into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till ye go thence.
So he says, you have to go through each city that you tap into and inquire to see who's worthy to put your time into. That's like working the mall. Like, yes, man. Can you sit back here and pick and choose who you invest into? You got to call everybody you see, and then whoever sits back here and wants more, then you keep going. But is that how we like to give? We like to pick and choose who we want to give to, who we prefer to give to, who acts more like us, who thinks more like us, and think we're in the spirit. But that's not the spirit. You're not being wise by investing into people that adhere to how you do things. Because then once again, that's another thing. When you think that way, the spirit just removes himself from you. Then you don't have access to the blessings that he has waiting for you. When you start picking and choosing who you want to give your spirit to. Read on.
God says, and when ye come into an house, salute it. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it. But if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you.
What does that mean? He says, if the house is worthy, I mean somebody wants to listen, keep building. But what happens is he says, but if the house is not worthy, let your peace return to you. How many people have peace when the interactions aren't good? Most people get bitter. Most people, if the interactions aren't favorable, they just get more bitter and more bitter and more bitter and more bitter. But see, to freely give, I have to be at peace, whether I get what I want out the deal or not. Whether I feel like I wasted my time or not. But you know what? If I'm not at peace after interaction, what does that show about me? I wasn't freely giving because I wanted something out the deal.
Yeah.
Because I wanted something out the deal, I'm not at peace. I mean, that's a wicked person. They're evil. This sister is wicked. Why is the sister wicked? Because they didn't do what I asked them to do. Or they didn't do what I told them to do. Why are you not at peace with that? Because if a person has a problem with you, don't they really have a problem with Christ? What does he got to do with you? No, what it shows is you wanted something out the deal.
There's a string attached.
There's a string attached to our giving, and it ain't financial. Most of us have gotten past getting something financial out the deal. But if I don't get the respect I think I deserve, then through that interaction, I'm not at peace.
You better
so
talk,
if I'm not at peace,
you better talk to me nice.
Yeah, you better talk to me nice. You better respect me. You better appreciate all the wisdom I'm dropping on you. And if you don't, I am no longer at peace with you. Which means the Spirit ain't with you. How about that? Because that wasn't the instruction Christ gave. He said if they listen, be at peace. Your peace should be given to them. Meaning your love should be given to them. And if you go to somebody who doesn't see it your way, you got to keep your peace. Because if you don't keep your peace, what ends up happening? You give less to the next person. And then you can be of less benefit to Christ. Because now you want to start giving less and extending less and extending less and loving less. And now you're the sick person.
Because the scriptures say, wrath worketh not the righteousness of the Most High.
Huh?
So you can't operate the Spirit while operating in wrath.
So you're supposed to give for free regardless. And if I give for free and it isn't received how I think it is, I'm still supposed to be at peace. But if I'm the bitter one, then I didn't give for free. That means the whole process wasn't for free. And that also means shame on me. That's the lesson. And this is the instructions that Christ had to the disciples. So are we any different? We shouldn't be. And it just shows our immaturity. Because he said, verse 8, as freely as we receive to you, freely give. If I'm not giving for free, it's because I want something out the deal. If I'm not at peace with every interaction with any person I come across in Christ, then that means I want something out the deal. And that's what you got to keep checking in yourself. Why am I angry that this person doesn't want this aspect of a lesson? Why am I so angry that this person just hasn't grown up yet? Because you think your wisdom should be received and appreciated. But how many times did you not listen to your elders and they didn't take you personal? How many times have you blown off the Most High's advice and he keeps working with you? But you're that special? You deserve that much respect. And how dang this person sit back here? I gave this person my time. I opened my door to this person. The disrespect. You see how we're disconnected? And we really don't understand what giving and teaching really is?
It's even more intense when like say for example, you've done for people and now you're in a pinch and you're in a bind. And you have this expectation that I've always come through for you in a bind. Now, how come you're not doing the same for me when I'm in a bind?
I thought the Lord's supposed to come through for you in a bind.
Yeah.
That's the only guarantee you got. How about that? And didn't Christ say that if the Most High takes care of the birds, he ain't going to take care of you?
Right.
What does it got to do with a person not coming through for you? Because you wanted something out the deal. You wanted a favor for a favor. That ain't Christ.
Always look out for you when you're in the pinch.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Then you know what? Then you did it for the wrong reason then. You gave for the wrong reason. And that's not Christ. Just saying. We're done.
It says, and whosoever shall not receive nor hear your words when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet.
What does the shaking off of the dust of your feet mean? Does it mean getting cold? That's what it used to say. That's what it used to be taught.
Yeah.
I mean, let him go. Forget about it. Don't let him fall. Like, this got to be let him fall? Is it got to be that? Let him die. You got to be like Kendrick, got to die. Or what does it mean? Just let it go. Shaking the dust means whatever happened here, whatever good, bad, or indifferent, let it go. Because whatever, you know what happens? We take whatever negative and we bring it to the next student. We take whatever bad experience we went through with the 6th and 7th and 8th and 10th brother you dealt with or sister, and all of a sudden that evil translates to the next person. I've seen it. This is why when you read Revelations, it's talked about how the Most High has an issue with us because we lost our first what?
Love.
But how do you lose your first love? By taking people personal? Being angry that I gave my soul to this man. Look what this man did to me. Or this sister or this person. There's always a reason to be bitter. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm associating with scriptures and being angry but sin not. You get effective at shaking that dust off is beating it off.
Because you know the problem is we want the apology from the person. We want somebody snotting and groveling on their knees. I'm sorry for offending you. I was such a wicked person. You ain't never getting that. You're never getting that apology.
Nor are we giving that.
Huh?
Nor are we giving that.
You know, you get a smile. You know, I was just tripping, man.
I'm just.
That was, it was,
Shalom,
I was
bro.
tripping. Shalom, man.
Shalom, bro.
You doing good, brother? That's all you gonna get. I'm gonna say you doing. All I'm gonna get is you doing good. Yeah, I was just going through a phase in my life. You dig? Like a phase. Well, you know what? It was a phase. But why did you get affected so negatively off that phase? Because you lost the focus of what this was about. If you give for free, there's no bitterness behind it. But if you don't give for free, you want something out the deal. And this was, I go back to this. Speaking of headbands, I learned this lesson really early. My father bought this headband for me when I was in Cali. It was fire. It was a Gadite piece with like arrows going down like this, and it was like jewels, but masculine bedazzled, but it was hard. It was like jeweled up. It was fire. I was really proud of that, man. I left Cali and I started teaching in Albuquerque, and then I went to Oklahoma. I was in Oklahoma, and that's when I started full-fledged teaching. And there was a young brother, man. We were teaching and building and bonding. I said, I'm going to be benevolent today, bro. I said, listen, man. I said, this is my first headband. I want you to have it as a brother. And this is my gift to you. You're gag, you know what I'm talking about? I'm going to give this to you, man. And everything's fine. Also, there was like feathers on the two.
Oh,
come
man,
on,
you had
man.
feathers and
It was feathers. It was feathers in the 90s. Arrows and feathers in the 90s, bro. You couldn't tell me nothing.
It's the headpiece of many colors.
It was the headpiece of many colors. So I gave it to this brother. I said, listen, man, here it is. And I saw him the next day or 2 days later, and he took everything off. And it was just leather on his head. And I was like, I high-key want this box. I want the box right there. What are you doing? I gave you this, brother. Why would you do this to this headband? It was disrespect. But he said he just wanted the leather. He thought the leather was better. I was like, wow. The sister who did it, she had her whole, like, her name stitched in the inside and crafted by this sister. I was like, this is the worst day ever.
He said that ain't my
I wanted to
style.
say some cursing words, but I'm not. I'm trying to be better online, y'all. I'm trying. So And then the Spirit said, but you gave it to him.
Yeah, it is.
It was for free. Why are you mad what he does with it? Because now it's that pride want to kick in. It was supposed to be shined up. You know, because sometimes when you get those headbands and the little it's silvery. It ain't silver, it's silvery. So you got to kind of clean it up a little bit. You got to put some work in. You expect it to be done that way. Within a day. And you know, it was still an old school thing, so it was like a little bit of glue. He just took it off. Glue was there. I'm like, bro, you just thrashed this like in a day, bro. I'm like, what were you gonna do with it afterwards? Then I'm like, well, if you didn't like what he did to it, you shouldn't have gave it to him. That's what I had to tell myself. I said, I thought this was for free. And I was like, God. I learned that lesson. I was 18. And I learned that lesson. I said, bro, part of me said, never again. I ain't giving them nothing. I ain't giving these black folks nothing. They don't deserve nothing. That was the first thought. But then it's like, that was my response. Brother, you can't do that.
That's the flesh talk.
That was the flesh. You can't do that. If you're going to give, you got to give. You got to deal with the results of how it's done. Because whether it's a headband, or whether it's counsel, or whether it's my ear, my resources, the best of me has to be given up with no regrets. Or it's not in the spirit of Christ. But it lets you know it don't count. You can give, but it don't count if you expect something back, if you expect a certain attitude back, a certain response back, a certain appreciation, and still you want something back and it's not for free. And that's how you know you got pride.
Or your name would have been attached
because
to it.
It wasn't for free.
Right. Who gave that headband? Oh, that's a war. A war gave you that headband. You know, so who gets the glory for it? Right.
So, you know, it was a good lesson for me that I had to learn at a very early age. It's never about what you expect a person to do when they give back. You got to give it free and turn your head, whatever it is. That's the lesson. Whether it's, once again, a headband that you valued, or it's counsel, or it's the shirt off your back.
Years spent.
Or it's the years you invest into somebody. Was it for free or not? If you put 10 years into a brother or sister and they leave, they left. So what does it matter that you invested into them? What does it matter? It was for free anyway. But can you give like that? Because that's being in the spirit of wisdom. Well, you know, the truth is, the wisdom is just the wisdom that you're asking for, or what the understanding is acceptance. That who you are and what you are, you're nothing. You're nothing. Didn't in Luke 17, it said we are unprofitable servants. We do what we're supposed to do. We do what we're told to do. Can I accept that my job and occupation is to give for free and not get nothing back? And Christ rewards me how he feels like rewarding me?
I see his face.
Why can't it just be that? Because you want something not to give. And it's the same thing with sisters. Can you serve your husband for free? Aha! Aha! It's the same. And I talk like the L'chaim guy. Aha! Can you do that? No. This is 50-50, is it? None of this is 50-50. It's all one way. It's all one way. If you're doing it right. If you're a teacher or you're serving your brothers, it's one way, it's 100% nothing back. This is why, in an Israelite realm, if your husband's giving his life up to the body for free, it should be a little easier for you to serve your husband for free. That's the trade-off. But when you're playing by worldly rules, it's hard to justify that. If I'm sitting back here running the streets, living my life, but you got to sit back here and serve me to the umpteenth degree, you're making it harder for a person to accept that condition. It's that simple. It's that simple. Anyway, continue. Matthew 10. Where are we at?
Verse 15. Yeah. Verse 15. Verily, I say unto you.
So verse 14, read verse 14 again.
Verse 14. And whosoever shall not receive nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet.
That just means let that experience go and maintain your peace. Maintain your peace of mind. Maintain your loving heart. Maintain the capability to reinvest again. Read on.
Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city.
Who destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah? So who got vengeance on Sodom and Gomorrah? Who gets vengeance when somebody else does you wrong? The Most High. You have nothing to do with it. You get nothing out. You don't get the gratification of a person falling too. How many times people sit back and did you wrong? And you want to be like Celia in Color Purple. Ain't nothing going to be good to you. As long as you do bad by me. And do you really think that's going to be the case? Sometimes these guys are okay and they live okay. And they do their thing and they're thriving. So if you're sitting back here waiting for somebody to fall because they hurt you, don't hold your breath. How about the Most High got them going on the course he got them going on, and he's going to deal with them when he deals with them. And how about you got to sit back and learn the lessons you got to learn, and you can't let your bitterness get in the way of the next person you got to teach, or you get punished. How about the people that he allows to run their course? He didn't care about them in the first place. But they still got to be allowed to run their course. But if you sit back here and you throw fits and you're bitter, you're going to be catching hell every step of the way. Yeah. And you say, how come I got to go through this hell and this person gets to do wicked and don't have to get stung? Because you were called to be better and you're not doing your job and you're not playing the part you were called to be. You're not playing the position you were called to play.
It's like Ezekiel. The Most High told Ezekiel, he said, I send you to a rebellious nation.
Yeah.
He said, but they're not going to listen to you because they don't listen to me.
So why go there?
He said, so
why go there and deal with people that ain't going to listen to me when they going to listen to you?
Yeah, you wasting my time now.
Exactly.
Ezekiel
don't waste that time, Ezekiel.
You're sending me on a dead mission.
Yes, a waste of time.
A wasted mission. You're sending me on a dead mission that, if they're not going to listen to the Lord, what makes you think they'll listen to me? It wasn't the point, though.
I know.
The point was, he said, so that they would know that it would be a prophet amongst them. That means that the Most High was still trying to reach out to him.
And how about that's giving for free in a nutshell? Yep. That's what giving for free. That's what teaching the Jew is.
Yep.
That's what teaching the Jew is. You're going to give, and you're going to get a quarter of what you get back. Maybe a tenth of the spirit you get back. How about that?
That's the real ratio.
Listen, I calculated it. That's hilarious.
That's what it's going to be.
You're going to get a tenth of the spirit you invest into. And how about that's better than nothing?
Better than nothing.
So shut your face and keep teaching.
Give a dollar, get a dime. That's cool.
Listen, because it's supposed to, listen, whether you get nothing, you're supposed to keep doing it at the intensity you're supposed to do it. If you call yourself a servant of the Lord.
Or we'll say, how long do I got to keep telling this person something and they not listen to it before I just disconnect?
There we go.
Before I cut them off.
That's the Jew.
This person ain't listening to none of my counsel, none of my advice.
They ain't respecting me. They ain't respecting me.
Yeah. So, when is the cutoff time? That's what we want to know.
At the same time, the Most High wants to cut you off.
I don't like those rules.
Yeah. We don't like that. We don't like that deal.
It's not fair.
You see?
But it's fair when you do it.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's the Jew.
That's the hypocrisy. That's the Jew. Well, we're one way. So let's continue, man. Oh, my God.
Behold.
Verse 16.
Verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be therefore wise as serpents.
But what does the wisdom mean? Does that mean I'm supposed to sit back here and do trickery and show love, but I really don't give a damn? Is that really what that means? Or is to operate in the spirit of wisdom? Because to operate in the spirit of wisdom is to be adaptable, still serve, and still be who you need to be for the service of the people. Is whether I'm sitting back here and dealing with a belligerent person or a person that has potential, I have to see him in the right mind frame. Remember when Abraham was saying, listen, man, I'm going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. What did Abraham say? What if there's 50? Well, what if there's 10? My goodness. And he was like, okay, if there's 10, okay, man. Now, listen, that was when Abraham's outlook was the greatest. Can you sit back here and see the good in 10 when you see 1,000 punks running on the street out?
1,000 young thugs out.
Listen, bro, wearing a bunch of Jeffries out, wearing dresses out, wearing AKs out.
Nice X's out there running around, like save the city, like.
And I gotta sit back and see all these cats,
Yeah.
and pull the negative off these guys and give them a book, and maybe 10 might sit back here and receive it. Do you have that capability? That's what we have to learn how to do, to extract and see the good in people despite the countless rejections. That's wisdom. So what is he explaining? What is the wisdom predicated on? What is the adaptability predicated on? If he's saying you got to give for free in a town, matter of fact, give me Jeremiah, I think it's 3. Hold this because we're going back to it. Jeremiah 3. And I think it's 14. This is off the dome, I think. Yes, this is the one.
Right. Jeremiah chapter 3 and verse 14. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Most High, for I am married unto you, and I will take you, one of a city.
Hold on. Christ is telling the 12 disciples to go to each city. With a guesstimate, how many people are in a city back in those days? Thousands? Maybe tens of thousands. Right? In Jeremiah chapter 3, he says he chooses and takes what out of a city?
One of a city.
One. So if he takes one out of a city, that means you got to give for free to everybody in that city. For one. How about them apples? And do you think you're going to get one the first time? You think the first person you're going to see is going to be locked in?
That's the one.
Listen, you're going to go thousands deep taking L's before you find that one. This is the mission the Lord has got us on. So when he's saying be wise as serpents, what is he really saying? You have to be wise enough and spiritually adaptable enough to work through all these people, still give for free so you can be used by the Lord. You can't be used by the Lord if you can't be adaptable. And specifically, how does a person maintain their adaptability? How do you maintain your adaptability? Christ said the children of the darkness were adaptable, and the people and the children of light are not. Why are people of the light and children of the light not adaptable? We're going to go into it in a little bit. But we lack the ability to give for free long term. That's why we're not adaptable. That's why we're not wise. Everybody for years will talk about wisdom. Like you got to be some damn Professor Xavier or just some smart guy. Like this.
I know it.
Yeah, I just read. Listen, there's nothing wrong with reading. But that's not the wisdom that Christ talks about. And we will go into that. But you can't be the adaptable person you need to be for your people if you harbor ill thoughts, bitterness. You want to control the narrative. People need to respect you and look at you a certain way before you give to them. You're already out the picture.
Or you say they have a terminal illness. You say they're spiritually terminally ill. There's nothing you can do to change this person's mind.
And you know the Most High does? You're that negative paper, but they're ready to you. Terminal. Next person. I can't use you. If you can't be adaptable to work with people, how can he use you? Then all you can deal with is these 4 or 5 people that think like you. Listen, continue.
Right. Turn, O backsliding children.
No, let that go. Let that go. There was one out of a city there. Go back to Matthew 10.
Right. Matthew chapter 10 and verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be therefore wise as serpents and harmless as
You're
doves.
still supposed to be harmless, but carry the ability to know that there's negative people around you and still give for free. Just read verse 17.
Verse 17. But beware of men.
He's still telling you people are wolves and people have ulterior motives and people don't see the good in you and they don't appreciate you. But you still got to do what?
Beware of
Even
men.
though they hate you, you still got to give to them and give freely to them.
A wolf is just impulsive, predatory, and selfish.
Yeah.
Yep.
You still got to give them the word. Regardless of what knowing, you got to have the common sense to know what a person is. But still give them love. And that's what we like. We like the ability, if we see a person's flaw, see that person's negative, I can't build with it. You got to be able to deal with a person's negative, diagnose a person has negative traits, and still give him a shot. Because he did that with you. How many people came into this truth with the purest intentions on earth? And if you say you're a liar. People come into this truth wanting something out the deal. Everybody comes in here wanting something out the deal. And then you learn that over time, all these things you want out the deal, you got to eventually let go.
Your sins, yeah.
That's the point. But you don't gain that or figure that out until late.
What does that mean?
Meaning this, all of us come in with good intentions mixed with desires. What's that?
No, it's perfect.
That's what we come into. So what we come into with good intentions and our own selfish intentions,
I'm not asking for much.
we end up coming through and learning that we have to kill all those parts of us that want something out the deal if we're going to be the servants he wants to deal with. Are we going to be his multiple servants or not? And that's why life keeps being difficult for us. Because we keep wanting something out the deal instead of understanding what freely giving really looks like. So continue in Matthew.
God.
You might as well head out and go to the zone. You finish up. So you can go a little bit later and keep reading.
God. Verse 17. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues.
He said they're going to throw you in jail and they're going to try to beat you. But you still got to give it free to them. Who wants to do that? They're going to snitch on you. They're going to sit back here, throw you in jail. There's a very good chance you'll get thrown in jail and die, but still go to them. Because it's funny, when you start getting and doing this for long enough time, you can start getting a feel that some people that you might come across with are ingenuine and their intentions aren't pure, but you still got to give to them. Can you do that? There's a lot of quietness here because a lot of times we don't want to do that.
Can you say it again one more time?
I just said that. Read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will scourge you in their synagogues.
So what is he saying? You got to beware of men, but he said to go to everybody in the city and still deal with them. That's the challenge.
You know, the struggle is to stay open-minded of what's possible, that people will change or that they'll come to the light. Eventually they'll see the light. You can't think that ever that this person is a waste of my time or people are a waste of my time. Because if you get that mentality, you'll quit on anybody and everybody.
And then you're no longer worthy of this position. You need to sit back here and do something else, huh? Because if you can't give for free to everybody you come across, then you're not worthy. You're no longer worthy of the position of being an elder. People throw that elder, we're an all elder sister, elder brother. How can you be an elder sister or elder brother if you have no patience and mercy and no forgiveness? How can you really call yourself that? If you can't keep giving for free, if you're giving with an expectation, how can you sit back here and say that you're elder or anything? Simple question. You can't. So, read verse 8. No, I'm good with 17. No, let me see. That's all. That's all from there. We're good from there. So, let that go and go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Chapter 1, verse 18 and 19.
Time. Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 18.
Let me get there real quick. Read that.
Come. Ecclesiastes 1 and verse 18. The fear of the Most High is a crown of wisdom.
Listen, Christ just said earlier in Matthew 10 to be as wise as a serpent and harmless as a wolf. Dove, I'm sorry. Harmless as a dove, not a wolf. I don't think wolves are harmless.
I don't mean no bad. I don't mean no bad.
Yeah.
Come on, my
Just
mouth.
bring the lamb over here. We're just going to talk.
I want to see it. It's been a while.
I just want to inspect the sheep's wool. I just want to see what kind of wool it is.
You want to touch it?
Yeah, I just want to touch it. But so Christ is talking about having wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Pursuing wisdom, and also he commended the unjust steward because of the adaptability of the children of the dark, and he's explaining that children of light lack adaptability. But in order to have adaptability, you have to have wisdom, and we're going to explain that. So read Ecclesiastes 1 and 18 and 19.
Ecclesiastes 1 and verse 18. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, making peace and perfect health to flourish.
Listen, man. Fear of the Lord is the key to gaining wisdom. To truly fear the Most High. What does it mean to fear the Most High? Just in a common application. To fear the Most High means to choose His perspective over yours. When everything is said and done, you choose how He looks at scenarios over how you feel about scenarios. And He says, when a person truly embraces choosing how the Most High looks at things over how you feel, He says that fear makes peace. Peace of what? Peace of mind. Because listen, I've seen too many people do this work and over the years get more bitter, get more angry, get less patient and tolerant of flaws in youth and mistakes. He says if you truly have a fear of the Lord, you'll always be at peace of mind and you'll always be able to tolerate being extended and stretched for the body. So he says if you have fear, you'll have peace. If you have fear of the Lord, you'll have peace and what else?
It says, and perfect health.
And perfect health. A lot of times when we deal with health issues, the Most High starts to touch these arenas to get us to be conscious of our lack of fear of the Lord, of our lack of growing, of our lack of changing. What else sometimes when we're so hard-headed do we need to be conscious of to start going back and cleaving to the Father? What health conditions?
Those health conditions are reminders.
They're reminders that you got to give more. But we don't think that way. Read verse 18 again.
Verse 18. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, making peace and perfect health to flourish. Both which are the gifts of the Most High.
Perfect health is a gift of the Most High because you displayed a perfect fear of the Lord. When we display a perfect fear of the Lord, that health, don't worry about it, that health and that peace of mind come right behind it. Because this is what the Most High promises us. We want more than perfect health and peace of mind. We trying to have things like a rap song guy.
Yeah.
Like Big Mike, or whatever old school, new school guys, all about having things. We want to have things versus be appreciative for peace of mind and health. So he strips that from us because most of us start falling prey to mental health issues, outlook issues, stress issues, anxiety issues, or health physical issues. That's how he starts to plague us when we're out the spirit. Inside. Why can't you go to sleep? I just keep thinking, dog. What you keep thinking about? Why you keep thinking? Why are you plagued with thoughts? Because your fear of the Most High ain't there. You haven't embraced the Most High's thinking, so you're going to be replaced with negative, wicked thoughts. You ain't got to raise your hand. How many people deal with that? Anxiety, stress, no peace of mind, or physical sickness. If you're in the right spirit, you won't be facing that as much. Or they'll be mitigated. Right on.
Scripture on that too. St. John chapter 5, verse 30. That's an excellent point to bring out, to show how perfect health is an outcome of perfect wisdom.
Yeah.
And
Perfect fear.
Perfect fear.
And wisdom.
So read that in St. John 5 and 30.
Real quick, because don't forget, fear of the Lord is the beginning of what?
Wisdom. Yeah.
St. John 5 and 30. I can of my own self do nothing.
That's why Christ said for him to stay in the spirit, he doesn't do what?
Do nothing.
What does that mean when he says I cannot of my own self do nothing? What? Yes, sis.
No opinion.
Absolutely. He has no opinion. And if in order for you to stay in the spirit, you got to remove your opinion. And opinion is nothing more than pride. And so the way Christ stays in the spirit is that he says, I don't conjure up, I don't decide, I don't make decisions, or I don't enforce my way. It doesn't have to be my way. He says, of mine own self, I can do what?
I can do nothing.
Read on.
As I hear.
He says, what keeps him in the spirit is that he doesn't pass judgment that is pre-thought of, predetermined. I've already had this pre-concluded idea that this person is guilty, or this person means harm, or this person is a taker, or this person wants something from me, or this person is no good. He doesn't walk around with this predisposition about people, this predetermined outlook of people. He says, he don't even pass judgment prematurely. He says, as I hear, then what?
I judge.
So what does that mean? That means everybody gets the benefit of the doubt.
Yep. So he doesn't bring any baggage from another conversation or another experience. Or I got burnt over here and I'm going to take that here.
I'm carrying pain with me. I'm carrying pain on this road that the Most High got me on. And I just got to watch out because everybody's snakes in the grass.
Damn Ja Rule song.
Yeah. I got to keep my grass cut because I got to expose these snakes.
Yeah.
Christ said, listen, as I hear, what?
That's hilarious.
I judge.
I love that one.
I judge.
You got to keep, how low you got to keep the grass low?
Yeah.
How low you got to, listen, you got to put on the lowest level for the grass.
Yeah. You got to put the lawnmower all the way down.
You got to put it all the way down so you don't see no snakes.
Yeah. I got
no snakes in the grass. Come on,
you almost can't have no grass.
That's a rap song. God, I love it. I love it.
But Christ's not walking around that way. That means he's open-minded, and he's willing to hear anybody, and he's far away from establishing his own opinion. Read on.
It says, and my judgment is just.
And he says, because he stays neutral. He stays neutral. He stays open-minded. He stays unopinionated.
Yep.
He doesn't walk around with his opinionated. He said his judgment is what?
It's just.
Why? Why is Christ's judgment just all the time? Because he doesn't have one. Because he doesn't have a judgment.
Yep.
He doesn't have a judgment because he's already submitted his judgment.
Yep.
Read on.
Because I seek not my own will.
Because he's already accepted. You said the word earlier, acceptance. That's when you can shake the dust off your feet. It's because you've accepted the conditions already. That you know what, more people are going to take from me than receive.
Yep.
I've already accepted this already.
Yep. Even the beginning verse of St. John 5 is like, I can't of myself do anything. I don't have control of anything. I don't have control over what you do. I don't have control that Christ didn't have control. If he taught you, you was going to listen. You don't have that. There's no power over that. The problem is we think, and this is an ignorance we have too. How many of us came into truth and thought we could sit back here and save people?
Change the world.
Ha! How do you think your counsel is going to change a person's life? Or you're going to get a rib and you're going to fix her. He's going to fix her for the Lord. You're going to just razzle dazzle some scriptures and throw some Bible pixie dust out. And she was going to.
I see it now.
She's locked in.
She's your queen to be. All of a sudden, she's going to be like this. Whatever my Lord wants. Who thought that?
Good scripture.
My Lord. What is this that one? That's not like that, bro. That's what I was saying. That was the song. That was the song. I'ma hop on one leg. I'ma bark like that. What is it that master wants? Shit. You realize every day you wrestling with the spirit, hoping the person changes.
Hoping they see it.
And all you can do, you know what you realize? All you can do is be the best example you can be. And pray for the best. And pray that the Lord intercedes. That's all you got. The notion that anybody has control is a joke. All Christ had power over was his outlook. That's it. You don't have control over nobody. You hope you can be a good example enough so that somebody chooses to feed off of your strength. Yes.
I would say Yahushua didn't make himself nothing. That's why he said he wasn't.
He said, yeah, I am. He says, I can't change anything. Understanding that means you really understand you're a servant. That's why he says the greatest amongst you is the greatest what?
Servant.
I'm sorry, keep going. I didn't even change your point.
No, it's not changing the point. Read.
Come. It says, because I seek not my own will.
He said, I seek not what?
My own will.
Christ accepts the fact that it doesn't have to be his way.
But a lot of times we seek our own will because I got to have you agree with me. If you don't agree with me, you're out the spirit. Well, maybe you're out the spirit because you want somebody to agree with you. How about that? How about you're out the spirit because you want to control a narrative that you weren't supposed to control? See that? You see how we're unadaptable? If things don't adapt to our way, then all of a sudden we don't want to give no more? How many times you try to counsel somebody, if they don't receive what you got to say, you stop counseling? You just pout and take your ball with you. True. Somebody had their hand up? Okay, keep going.
Go ahead.
Come. But the will of the Father.
He said, he does the will of who?
The will of the Father.
Go ahead.
Which has sent me.
So what is he saying? The best way to stay in the spirit is to stay with an idea and a notion that you have no control. Mm-hmm. And you don't have no predetermined judgment on anybody.
Yep.
You know what? You can't control anybody. You got to throw away your opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter. The way you want things done doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. It's all about what does the Most High want.
Yep.
And if I can stay in that mentality, it's not about my way. I can't force anything on anybody, or I can't force anybody to appreciate me or love me or respect me. I just got to keep giving for free and stay open-minded. That's how he stays in the spirit.
And that's operating in the spirit of wisdom. And what we're going to explain all the spirit of wisdom is being in the mindset that the Most High in Christ wants you to be. That's the spirit. Because a lot of us can be in the right frame of mind sometimes and just get disconnected like this. We just read in St. John 3 that the spirit's like the wind. You don't know where it came from and where it's going. And too many times we can't stay locked in to where the spirit's taking us. You ever sit back here, all of a sudden, you're in a great spirit, and one word is said, and all of a sudden, where did thou goest?
Yeah.
How come you aren't in the spirit anymore? Now you're carnal. Now you're carnal. That's how we act all the time. In Christ, like we lack spiritual adaptability because we're carnal. And we don't have the capability to stay in the fear of the Lord in a consistent basis. And we're going to get more clarity as we continue in class. Go back to Ecclesiastes 1 and jump to verse 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 19.
Because once again, when you hear the word wisdom, people think wisdom is about intelligence and smarts and brains. And it's good to have brains and smarts and intelligence and know verses and do all that's good. But that's not wisdom. Listen, when you read about wisdom in Proverbs, read about wisdom in Ecclesiastes, you read about wisdom in Wisdom of Solomon. You know what the word for wisdom is in the New Testament? It's the Spirit. It's the same thing. Whether it's the Spirit or wisdom, we're talking about the same concept. Just a different word is used at different times. So the question is, what does it take to stay in the Spirit? Read verse 19.
Verse 19. Wisdom reigneth down skill and knowledge.
If you want skill, if you want capability, if you want adaptability in situations, you have to be in the spirit of wisdom. Or you have to have the Spirit of Christ in you to be adaptable. In the world, you have to use your hunger. So I think my hunger is unexplainable. Your desire for the flesh keeps you adapting in the world. In the Spirit is your fear of the Lord. Keeps you adaptable. Keeps you able to flow and adjust how you need to be the best servant you possibly can be for your people. Read verse 19.
Wisdom reigneth down skill and knowledge of understanding, and exalteth them to honor that hold her fast.
If you hold wisdom fast and you follow the fear of the Lord, you follow the Spirit of Christ, you follow wisdom, you can maintain your honor. But too many of us hold on to wisdom or the Spirit for a short time and we lose it. Then we're fighting the grasp to get the Spirit of wisdom again. Then we lose it. And then we try to get it and we lose it. But why do you lose it? You lose it because you make it about your flesh and your pride and your ego. And you stop thinking like the Most High has constantly taught us that we have to think. The challenge is, how long can you sustain following the direction the Spirit takes you? How long can you keep freely giving? Giving for free. Giving with no expectations. Even like, listen, the funny thing is, have you ever like been around Israelites? We can kind of come off cycle. What I mean is, we'll sit back, we're talking the Spirit. Everything's good in the Bible. Then the brothers is cussing people out. Like, what the hell is this? How you salam, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat, and then brother, you dapping brothers up. Then they cussing you out an hour later. Like, what is this? You don't even do this in the world. You ever seen that? Yeah. We have to move we're at moves, and we're supposed to be a brotherhood, and all of a sudden people just wild out. That person just got disconnected from the Spirit out. Just like this. Sisters too. Most loving and considerate people all of a sudden are like monsters one to another. Why is this? Because you're disconnected to the Spirit. When you can understand how to flow and be selfless, and then all of a sudden you choose to be about you. And everything goes left. Anyway, let that verse go, and we're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, verse 9. Right, it's about that time you head out too. Tawam, you ready? Where's Tawam? You read this out real quick. What's that?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 9.
That's true. I don't know where that dude's head is at. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 9.
Right.
Now, this chapter literally was written for what it takes to be a leader. This is a leadership chapter. Okay? How do I know that? Read verse 1.
Verse 1. Hear, therefore, O ye kings, and understand, learn, ye that be judges of the ends of the earth.
If you're going to judge and lead, you have to learn how to think like this. Read verse 2.
Verse 2. Give ear, ye that rule the people, and glory in the multitude of nations.
Read verse 3.
For power is given you of the Most High, and sovereignty from the highest.
People don't understand is, whenever you're elevated to certain positions, the Most High is giving you that power. And you have a responsibility to operate with this consciousness if you want to stay there. It is an honor to get responsibility over the flock. It's an honor to be a leader of your family. It is an honor to sit back here and be a mother to your children because you have that sovereignty over whatever you're over. Read verse 9.
Verse 9. Unto you, therefore, O kings, do I speak, that ye may learn wisdom and not fall away.
So he says this is what it takes to learn wisdom and not fall away. And this is not talking about academic leadership, academic like mathematics or education, which is what you're supposed to learn anyway. But that's not this wisdom that's being talked about. This is about wisdom of the Lord. This is about finding a way to stay connected to the Spirit of Christ. Read on.
For they that keep holiness holily shall be judged holy.
He says you have to keep holiness holily. What does that mean? Because he says to keep wisdom. What does holily mean? Can somebody look it up? Holily.
Holily. 1828, what's the dictionary? It says, piously, with sanctity, sacredly, inviolably, without breach.
What does inviolably mean? Because it says, first of all, he says you have to keep holiness without breaching it. If you really want to be in the Spirit, you have to be able to sustain living the right way without breaching it. Now we're understanding it's not about intelligence, because people always talk about wisdom and connect it with intelligence. It's not that. To have wisdom is to have the Spirit flow through you properly enough so that you can adapt to the needs that are in front of you. Your adaptability is contingent on the skill wisdom gives you. We just read in Ecclesiasticus chapter 1. Ecclesiasticus chapter 1 and I think it was 19 said that wisdom gives you what? Skill. Skill means a familiar knowledge of any art or science united with readiness and dexterity in execution or performance. Let's say it again. The familiar knowledge of any art or science united with readiness and dexterity in execution or performance. Skill, in layman's terms, is what you need to be adaptable to make something actually work in your favor. Didn't we read in Luke chapter 16 that the children of light lack dexterity, lack adaptability? We read that, didn't we? The children of light lacked dexterity, lacked adaptability, lacked the ability to sit back and be moved and adjust based on what's needed. But then we're reading in Ecclesiasticus 1 and 19, that you gain that adaptability and that dexterity by following and using wisdom. But how do you get wisdom? How do you get wisdom? If wisdom is what you need to be adaptable, what does it take to get wisdom? In order to get wisdom, to be able to adapt to whatever you need to stay on point, you have to make holiness holily. And what was that word inviolable?
It says inviolably. It says without profanation, without breach or failure.
So if you want the Spirit to work through you, you can't have a proclivity to breach the way the Most High wants you to do things. You can't have the proclivity to not fear the Lord. You have to be able to pursue looking at things and adapting the way the Most High wants you to do on a consistent basis. The reason we get disconnected to the Spirit and we get rigid is because we have a problem with consistently thinking the way the Spirit wants us to.
Can I ask this question?
Yes.
When the scripture says wisdom will take a man through crooked paths,
Yeah. Yes.
doesn't it make sense? A crooked path you have to keep adjusting. So you're pursuing wisdom. So this man's pursuing the spirit of wisdom. But this spirit of wisdom,
We don't need the Josephus. Just bring the Apocrypha, sir.
the spirit of wisdom is constantly making you have to go through a crooked path. Well, crooked
All
paths
crooked
require
paths is
change
discomfort.
direction.
All crooked paths is discomfort. That's what it is. Since you went there,
It applies.
No, I'm just saying. Since you went there, hold everything we got. Go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 4. If I'm going too fast, slow down and raise your hand. Yes, sis.
Invariably.
Holily? Holily. What's the colors mean? What's the inter-
It's colors, man.
I got you.
He wants to type
That purple, man.
Play the yellow. It's a little probably some melon in here.
It's okay. Everything gonna be okay. So Holily. Holily. Okay. Somebody else had a hand? Yeah, Tawam. I'm gonna need you in there.
Really cool jar. I ain't gonna lie.
Everything's gonna be okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabata, Bana Shah, Baya Shah.
Tawam Rakha. Shalom Shabbat. Badashah. Bayashah. Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Hashem Rakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar.
Yes, Mata. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna probably try to bounce this a little bit.
That's more question.
That environment is good.
No, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. You already left. Read Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 10 first.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 10. For they that keep holiness, holily.
Meaning, the people that keep holiness consistently, without deviation, without injecting their own biases and their own fleshly tendencies, in with serving the Most High. Read on.
Shall be judged holy. And they that have learned such things shall find what to answer.
So, because the thing is this. A lot of us, when you're sitting back, you have to be responsible for a family, a camp, a school, at your job. The answers in how to navigate through things can be murky. Right? The answers can be murky when trying to figure out what the next step is in your life. But scripturally, if you keep holiness, holily, meaning consistently, unabated, dedicatedly, that's the thing, then it says you will know how to answer. You'll know how to navigate through whatever you go through, because the Spirit will lead you to the right direction. Because the question always is, how do you know what you're doing is right? How do you know that the decisions that you're making are backed by the Most High? How do you know that? How does anybody know that? Right? The only thing you got that can help back your decisions is one, counsel, and then two, how consistent spiritually have you been? Because are you listening to your flesh? Are you listening to your carnal emotions? Are you focusing on your biases and your ego? Or are you being led by the fear of the Most High? Who's sitting back here and guiding the situation? Who's captaining the ship? That's the real question. The question is less about the choices you make and more about what spirit is motivating you, what outlook is pushing you, what feelings are pushing you. Yes, sis.
Well, I was going to ask, well, answer, the Most High is controlling the will.
No,
He's not.
you're controlling the will. You're controlling your decisions.
Okay.
So if you're controlling your decisions, then however you think is going to take you where you're going to go.
So to ask the question, you ask, who's judging whether or not you're in the spirit, you're...
No, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, who's guiding your moves? Who's guiding your decisions? Who is? It's all depending on, what I'm saying is this. What decisions you're making in your life? Are you doing it? Or are you doing it in the Spirit of Christ? That's the question. Because a lot of us think we're in the Spirit, but we're being moved by the flesh. And then when things don't work out, we don't understand. Versus when we're sitting back here and have we made holiness holily? That's the real question. How serious and how on point have we been with our spiritual decisions and the thoughts we've allowed in our mind to be sure that the decisions that we make and the judgments that we make are actually the judgments we're supposed to make? So are we being guided by the spirit of wisdom or the spirit of your flesh? But you don't know that if you haven't made holiness holily. If you have a bunch of negative in your head, a bunch of pride and ego and anger, do you really think the Spirit of Christ is flowing through you? There's the answer to the question. That's why I read it again in Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 10.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 10. For they that keep holiness holily shall be judged holy, and they that have learned such things shall find what to answer.
Listen, if you've learned how to gain enough traction over your spirit to where your flesh doesn't dominate your decisions, then you can start trusting your decisions. But if you haven't gotten a hold of your outlook in XYZ arena, why would you think the Spirit is moving through you? And if the Spirit isn't moving through you, then what's moving through you? And what's anchoring and moving you and justifying your decisions? And that will give you the answer to why maybe your life or anybody's life may be up or down or stagnant. Because what is dominating your thoughts? Have you truly, in whatever arena that you're struggling in, have you made holiness holily? Do you have because a lot of us might be clear-minded in one arena, but cloudy in another. But that arena where you're cloudy in is because you haven't made holiness holily. You might have issues with being a good sister because of what? Your outlook is all messed up. And if your outlook is messed up, why would the Spirit work through you in that arena? The Spirit's going to work through you, and you'll be able to answer whatever you need to answer if your outlook is clear in the arena. Somebody hand up. You hand up?
I had a hand up.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going slow with this.
right. I'm not gonna. I think because it's hard to see it. I know. I understand what you're saying, but I guess a way to see it. 2 Kings. Go to 2 Kings chapter 5 verse 9.
Because there's more verses to do it. I'm just trying to set the tone.
Read.
2 Kings chapter 5 and verse 9. So Naaman came.
Now Ammon had leprosy. He had leprosy. Now that doesn't take away from the fact that he wasn't a mighty warrior. He was a game changer. He was a mighty man, but he also got hit with leprosy. Leprosy usually is a curse based upon a person's pride. The Most High shows what's going on in that person's mind by the outward appearance in the skin. So he got struck with leprosy. Read on.
So Naaman came with his horses and with his chariots, and stood at the door of the house of Elisha.
And he came all the way to visit Elisha, who he heard could take away the leprosy. Read on.
And Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times.
Did Elisha come to the door? What did Elisha do? He didn't even answer the door. He didn't even come to the door. He just said, now this man came a long journey to go visit Elisha to go get this leprosy off of him, and he didn't even come to the door. He sent his servant to go answer the door. He said, go to the door and tell Naaman do what?
Go and wash in Jordan 7 times.
He said, go tell Naaman to go wash in the Jordan 7 times. Read on.
And thy flesh shall come again to thee.
He says, and your skin will be renewed again. That plague of leprosy shall be removed. Read on.
And thou shalt be clean.
And he said, and you'll be clean. Read on.
But Naaman was wroth.
He said, but Naaman was what?
Wroth.
First thing it's showing you is when this man was he was given the remedy, he was given the answer, he was given the prescription and the medicine to solve his leprosy problem. And what was his internal emotion? Anger. Why would this man be angry when he was given the remedy to his problem? Read.
And went away.
He said, and did what?
And went away.
Did he follow instruction?
And went away.
Read on.
And said, Behold, I thought.
He said, hey, hold on.
Uh-oh.
He said, behold, the reason why he got mad and walked off, he says, because I what?
I thought.
Wait, stop right there. What do you call that? An expectation. This why the spirit don't move with people.
Yep.
Because people walk around with expectations, not obedience and instruction.
Which is the fear of the Lord.
Which is the fear of the Lord. They walk around with expectations, not obedience. Not following instructions. He says, I thought what?
He will surely come out to me.
This man, don't he know who I am? And don't he know who I came with? I came with this whole entourage. And I came with some money. I came with money and an entourage.
You making me look bad.
You make me look bad in front of all my people.
You sunning me.
He didn't even come to the door.
You sunning me, man.
He said, I thought that what?
He will surely come out to me.
This man didn't have enough decency to come out and meet me on who I am. What was that then? That was also what? Pride. What else?
And stand and call on the name of the Lord.
I expected, because of who I am, that you would have to do some magical ceremony where you would stand and call on the name of what?
The Lord.
Go ahead.
His power. And strike his hand.
And you were supposed to clap your hands and strike your hands and put on this show. Go ahead.
And strike his hand over the place.
Go ahead.
And recover the leper.
And he said, I expected a show to be performed based upon the magnitude of who I feel I am. I expected a spectacle. And then the leprosy was going to come off. How are you going to get the leprosy removed having your own expectation of how the Most High is supposed to do it when you've already been given the instructions on how to get it removed, but you were too mad about the instruction you received and went away upset because it wasn't the way you wanted it. It wasn't the way you expected it. It wasn't the advice that you wanted to hear. Read.
Are not Abana and Pharpar rivers of Damascus? better than all the waters of Israel?
I got two places that have cleaner water than all the waters of Jerusalem. What does that mean? I have alternatives. There's other ways of getting clean. Maybe there's an alternative way of getting healed. What does that mean also? People want alternatives. People will explore alternatives more than they'll explore obedience and instruction. They'll try to find a workaround or another way to get something done. I'm going to find a backdoor approach to getting healed, not follow the direct instructions that the Most High was giving me. I'm going to find a backdoor approach or an alternative method. Read on.
May I not wash in them and be clean?
It said, can I not wash in those two rivers that are better than all the waters of Jerusalem? Read on.
And be clean? So he turned and went away in a rage.
He said he went away in a what?
In a rage.
How can the Spirit work through you? How can the Spirit work through a person that's in a what? How can the Spirit work in a person that's prideful? How can the Spirit work in a person that's angry? How can the Spirit work in a person that's trying to find an alternative?
You're giving all the answers up, man.
Yeah, okay. It's relevant.
It's there. It's there.
It's relevant.
Yep.
But how can
we're going to go there.
How can the Spirit work, though? How can the Spirit work through somebody that has all these different internal issues?
So that means you're not going to get the answers because the Spirit can't work through us, you or any individual who has all this negative in him. Because once again, the answers come to you when your spiritual vessel is clean enough to receive it.
Is that also mean that the solution could have been uncomfortable? So he didn't like the solution because it was uncomfortable?
And that goes and ties in with what Dawiyah was trying to pull in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4. Because wisdom will take you through crooked paths so you can learn how to follow. And, well, the Spirit has to trust you. But keep going on your point, because we still got more.
Read.
Verse 15. And his servants came near and spake unto him and said,
And said what?
My father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing.
He said if he would have told you to do some magical thing, go dig up a frog and take the frog blood and boil it and then put it on your left temple and massage it in your left temple, you would have did it.
You gotta have some drums.
some drums. Yeah,
Indiana Jones drums out. You do it.
You would have did something. If he would have asked you to climb a 300-foot tree and get the berries off the 300-foot tree, you would have did it. You would have did it.
You did it. Risk your life, huh?
You risk your life. If it would have told you to do so.
Yeah.
Read.
Wouldst thou not have done it?
Go ahead.
How much rather then, when he saith to thee, wash and be clean, then went he down and dipped himself 7 times in Jordan, according to the saying of the man of the Most High. And his flesh came again like unto the flesh of a little child.
Showing you that the Spirit was what? It was simple. The healing was simple.
Mm-hmm.
The remedy was simple. What was the remedy to begin with? Just listen.
And if you can listen, you'll receive the answers. And that's what the Spirit teaches you. That's what the Scriptures teach you. And the answer will be given to you once you defeat the negative inside of you. Then you'll get the answer. People try to rack their brain and use logic and intelligence to get answers versus obedience and humility and eliminating the filth in you so that your holiness can be done holily. Can you consistently work on what's inside of you long enough for the answer to be revealed to you? And more times than not, we can't sustain obedience long enough to get the answer we're looking for. And that's why the Spirit doesn't work through us. Because we're not spiritual enough. We're not holy enough. We don't reverence change long enough to get the answers we so desire.
Too many stumbling blocks.
Come. You got more to that?
No, just to want to bring out the fact that all these things can be stumbling blocks to why the Spirit don't work with us. And the fact that I'm mad all the time, I'm angry, I'm prideful, I have an expectation, or I don't agree. And I feel like there's a better way to do something. And those are stumbling blocks.
So then, with that being the case, now let's go to Ecclesiastes 4. Ecclesiastes 4. Verse 11 through 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 11. Wisdom exalteth her children, and layeth hold of them that seek her. He that loveth her loveth life, and they that seek to her early shall be filled with joy.
Now we're going into wisdom, and it's still people who have wisdom, or people who have the spirit of wisdom that flows through them. The Most High truly exalts them. But there is a level of effort and work that we will eventually discuss to show what it takes for us to remain having the Spirit with us. This is the challenge. Even Solomon said it's one thing to build something, it's another thing to keep what was built. You can sit back here and get some knowledge and some basic wisdom for a period of time. Can you sustain it? Can you sustain the Spirit being able to flow through you and work through you? That's the $1 million question. But continue.
Verse 13. He that holdeth her fast shall inherit glory.
He's still telling you, in order for you to sustain in the spirit of wisdom, you have to hold wisdom fast. You have to fight every day to choose spiritual thoughts. You have to fight every day. When you think about holding fast, you got to think about Jacob and the angel. The angel was trying to get the hell out of there, and Jacob was like, no, I'm going to hold you with a jacked up hip and a broken body. If you have a jacked up hip, you ain't moving, man. You done for the day, bro. Hips back, you out of there, right? And people don't realize if your hip is dislodged, your back is out of there too.
Of course.
It ain't just the hip. Oh, it's my left hip flexing. It ain't, listen, that hip is connected to the back. All you got, you like this.
Upper body strip.
Yeah.
You just hold it like this, man. All this is done. Because if your hip is out of whack, all of a sudden your lower back is out of whack, and you can't do nothing. How do I know this? I'm telling you, it all connects. So Jacob was like, he could have sat back and tended to his wounds and laid up. He says, no, I'm gonna stay here, uncomfortable and in pain, until you give me a blessing. That's what holding fast of wisdom is. What it means is I have to hold fast on the spiritual way of thinking. That's a person who is in the Spirit of Christ understands that you have to hold fast to that way of looking at things. And that has to become your beautiful obsession. Are you obsessed on choosing the fear of the Lord over your pride and your ego and your version of respect that you deserve to have? But continue. Read that verse again, verse 13.
Verse 13. He that holdeth her fast.
When it says to hold her fast, the person that keeps holiness holily, without corruption, without disruption. Read on.
Shall inherit glory.
That's the only way to get glory. That's the only way to see rewards. So for all the Jews out here who don't see the benefit of doing this work, it's because you're not consistent long enough to see the results. It's very simple. In whatever arena you do, if you're not getting blessed, you haven't done it the right way, holy enough, long enough to see the good that goes in your life. That's the answer. It's not the husband, it's not the brothers, it's not the camp, it's you. Read on.
And wheresoever she entereth, the Lord will bless.
Whatever you endeavor, when you're in the Spirit of Christ, you will be blessed. But the problem is we go into endeavors not bringing the Spirit of Christ with us. And wonder why there's inconsistencies. Read on.
They that serve her shall minister to the Holy One.
If you're going to be in the spirit of wisdom, you are truly ministering yourself to Christ. So you have the capability of living the life you're living in a terrestrial world, but you're a servant to the Most High's thoughts in your mind. Your mind, you're not sitting back here like, oh yeah, someone wants a negative outlook, seeing the worst of things. How do you think the Spirit is going to flow through somebody who can't see the good in the situation? But then you want blessings from your works, the works of your hands? You got to be joking. You think you can have a pessimistic or sarcastic mindset or a fatalist mindset and expect the spirit of wisdom to flow through you? This is why so many of us fail to get to the glory of Christ. How do you expect a condescending, fatalistic, see the worst in mankind spirit, or have this protective, I got to protect myself because nobody else is going to do it? How do you expect that? You think that mindset translates into the Spirit working through you and then backing you because you're doing such a damn good job with your outlook? That's why we constantly teach that the Most High has tremendous mercy on us. Because none of us in this damn room and online live that way. And you still got food in your belly. And you still got a roof over your head. And none of us deserve it. Because we're a bunch of ingrates. We're a bunch of ingrates if you're honest with yourself. Well, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 14 tells you that. These are the thoughts of mankind are miserable. People have miserable, fatalistic, evil thoughts, but they expect the Spirit to back them. Just saying. Read on.
And them that love her, the Lord doth love.
The Most High loves the individual who has finally figured out that the way to keep the Spirit next to you is to buy and sell out to how He looks at things. To truly have a fear of the Lord and choose His thoughts and His ways and replace your negative thoughts with His. And that's how the Spirit can flow through you. And when the Spirit flows through you, the wisdom will give you skill and will give you all the answers to whatever you're endeavoring into. Because that's what everybody wants. This is what the church teaches about. Yeah, the glory of God is going to follow you wherever you go. How? How do you get that access when everybody else don't get it? You better put the work into your outlook. And then whatever you tap into, the Spirit will give you the answer to navigate through it. Read on.
Whoso giveth ear unto her shall judge the nation. And he that attendeth unto her shall dwell securely.
Because he says that is what it takes to lead properly. If you're going to lead your people, you have to serve, properly serve the Spirit of Christ. Properly serve wisdom. And give your ear to that over what you want. Read on.
If a man commit himself unto her.
But he's telling you the level of commitment it takes for wisdom to stick next to you. You have to give your life and make the decision that you serve the fear of the Lord. And you serve how He looks at things in every situation. Just like in 2 Corinthians chapter 10. I'm just going to quickly just say it. 2 Corinthians 10 says, putting in subjection every thought to the obedience of Christ. Right? Matter of fact, read that. Somebody give me that. 2 Corinthians 10, verse 3, all the way to verse 5. I got it. I got it. Let me go for it, I'm saying.
You said 2 Corinthians chapter 3?
No, 10.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 3.
So once again, we just read in Ecclesiasticus about the level of commitment you have to give to judge the nations and lead, and then for the answers that you need in your life to actually be revealed to you. You want answers, what is it going to take that you got to give to get the answers you're looking for? You need skill. You need a certain skill in an arena. How do you get it? You get it by your obedience to the Most High, and the obedience in the subjugation of your thoughts to the obedience of Christ. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 3. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh.
Listen,
For the weapons
the
of our
carnal man wars after the flesh. The spiritual man doesn't fight his battle in the flesh. Read on.
For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through the Most High to the pulling down of strongholds.
Paul understood how to gain access to the Spirit. He talks all about it. He says the weapons of our warfare, what makes us potent, what gives us the access to the Spirit to us, is by pulling down all of your strongholds. Your strongholds is your insecurities, your fear, your pride, your selfishness, your hatred, your self-hate, your ego. All of those strongholds have to be pulled down in order for the Spirit of wisdom to enter into your life. Read on.
Casting down imaginations.
Because the key is that when you pull down your carnal strongholds, you're also pulling down these isms and these overboard outlooks that we all have in our mind that detaches us from the Spirit of Christ.
Extreme thoughts.
These extreme thoughts based off of our worldly experiences, based off how we process things from an outside perspective. All these things is what detaches us from the Spirit.
Oh, how I feel.
It's how I feel based on what I saw. Well, this is why social media and television and media is so powerful. Because a lot of us form opinions of what we see on the damn internet. Or we base opinions off of our feelings and emotions versus how the Most High in Christ wants us to look at things. And 90% of the battle is, can you sit back here and destroy these strongholds and these imaginations that are untrue in correlation to how Christ wants you to look at things. Read on.
And every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of the Most High.
This is where the work is. Can you sit back here and teach and learn proper priorities in your life? The way the Most High wants you to look at things has to trump every other feeling and emotion that pops in your head. Read on.
And bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Yahushua.
Once every thought, every one of your personal thoughts are brought down to the obedience of Christ, then the spirit of wisdom can enter into you. And once that spirit of wisdom enters into you, then you're capable of getting the answers you need. Then you'll know what the right decision to make, what button to push, what move to make. Then you'll be the adaptable person Christ is trying to get all of us to be. Then Christ can actually talk to you. All these people, yeah, Christ, the Spirit told me. How do you know that? When you sit back, you got nothing but lust running through you and pride running through you. You haven't sat back and learned how to control your lust, but the Spirit's working through you. Get out of here. You got nothing but hate in your heart, but the Spirit works through you. Please. You got nothing but insecurities and doubt, but the Spirit works through you. How? Oh, you just Mr. or Mrs. Congeniality. Nothing but pessimism and negative, but the Spirit flows to you? Please, man. This is what Christ kept hitting the Pharisees and Sadducees about. You're all about the appearance and not about really working what's inside of you to gain access to the Spirit. Continue.
Verse 6. And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled.
Everything Paul is saying is what Wisdom of Solomon 6 talks about. Then you'll be capable of leadership once you know how to master that flesh in you. You can't lead if you can't defeat that pride and that insecurity and that hate in you. How are you going to be able to counsel somebody? You can't. You know you're out the Spirit when people just keep running from you and getting the hell away from you. How is the Spirit working with you if they got to get the hell out of you stat? There's a problem there. And you're the problem. Let that go and go back to Ecclesiastes 4. Read verse 16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 16. If a man commit himself unto her, he shall inherit her, and his generation shall hold her in possession.
If they choose to hold on to it also. Read on.
For at the first she will walk with him by crooked ways.
Wisdom is not wisdom is earned. You don't gain access to the Spirit because you woke up and you read Bible verses and you're a little more intelligent than the next person. You know how many people I know? It's because you know verses better, and it's because you sit back here and have a little bit more control over your emotions, thinks you're better than somebody else. You know how many people I know that act like that? Or I've been in the truth for X amount of years, and I can sit back here and give basic ABC answers to people who just haven't figured it out yet. That makes me better. That don't make you better. You're only better if you can break the beast in you. It's easy to sit back here and give some ABC stuff to regular people that ain't figured it out. But what good is information if you can't use it for you? But he says when the Spirit starts to really develop you, it's going to take you through crooked paths. You're going to be made uncomfortable. That's how you know the Spirit is working with you. All of your fears are being brought to the forefront. All of your fears, your insecurities. This is wisdom beginning to start working with you. Taking you through crooked paths. Crooked paths are just inconvenient directions. But how many of us, when we're being developed and being taken through inconvenient situations, embrace it? How many of us do that? And worse off, how many of y'all, when you see a brother or sister where the Most High is really putting them through some spiritual challenges, how many of y'all sit back here and encourage them to fight in the Spirit versus empathizing on how bad things are with you? How many people sit back here and push people to strength versus sit back here and judge them because the Spirit's actually gives it about them enough to take them through crooked paths? You know what we do? We project. I don't want to go through that, so I hope you ain't going. I hope it's not going good for you, because you really don't want to change, and you don't want to go through what that is, which means the Spirit ain't gonna go through you anyway. Your lack of a desire to push somebody to strength in their arena just condemns you. This is why the Spirit ain't gonna work with you, because you want to run from your battle. Anybody that wants to run from your battle, you are denied access to the Spirit anyway. So all of the fake counselors that just push you to happy times and not strength, just know the Spirit ain't working with them, regardless of how long they've been in the truth. The Spirit stops working with them. Because the Spirit only works with a person when they're continuously taking them through crooked paths. Read on.
For at the first she will walk with him by crooked ways, and bring fear and dread upon him, and torment him with her discipline.
And this is how the Spirit develops anybody. Because in order to do what 2 Corinthians 10 talks about, casting down imaginations, pulling down strongholds, putting into captivity every thought to the obedience of the Most High, it requires significant discipline. The battle is I can't give in to any impulse that pops in my head. Everybody wants the Spirit. Everybody wants the blessing, but most people don't want to put the work in that it takes to get the blessing. And if you see anybody that's fighting their battle, you want to play the game and feel sorry for a person fighting their battle and expect why the Spirit just does this. Jumps right over you. Because you ain't learned that fighting your battle and choosing discipline is how you gain access to the Spirit and the Most High's protection. And eventually the Most High calling you holy. Read on.
Until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws.
It takes years of obedience and consistency and choosing Christ's thoughts over your own for the Spirit of wisdom to trust you. How many times do we sit back here and try to turn over how long do we try to turn over a new leaf before we start quitting? Start breaking down mentally. 2 weeks? 3 weeks? 4 weeks? How long can you stay positive? No judgment. But how long can you stay positive? And how long can you keep holiness holy? If you can't keep holiness holy for longer than 2 weeks, then there's the answer to your question. Why the Most High ain't blessing you? Very simple. Can you keep holiness holy for long enough so that wisdom can trust you enough to stay and inhabit with you? What does that mean? The Spirit has to know that you're going to stay dedicated long enough to receive the reward of the Spirit. This is why, when you read in Ecclesiasticus chapter 4, it said that we have to minister to the Holy One, and you have to give your ear and commit yourself to wisdom. Our version of commitment is not the Scripture's version of commitment. Read on.
Then will she return the straight way unto him, and comfort him, and show him her secrets.
You don't get the comfort that the Spirit has to offer until you can sustain spiritual thoughts long enough. You have to put the work in long enough to get the peace of mind that comes later.
And that's what it says in that verse 15. If you read that verse 15 again.
Verse 15. Whoso giveth ear unto her
Right.
shall judge the nation.
Now, how long do you give ear to something? Because we can say, okay, I heard you out. Now I got to go on about my way and do what I need to do to figure something out. What he's saying, give ear, but give ear in what way? Read on.
Shall judge the nation.
Read.
And he that attendeth unto her.
Stop. That word attendeth means to wait on, or to be in attendance to, or to serve. Actually, that word attend means to serve or to wait on. Guess what that means then? How long can you keep listening to something that may be uncomfortable for you until you get the understanding of it? Or keep putting yourself in a position where you have to keep listening to something that's anti your way until you see it, you see the wisdom of why it has to be this way. Because that's what that word attend means. It means to serve or to wait upon. That means when I'm listening, I'm giving my ear, I'm a servant to following. That means there's never a time that I'm just going to go for me and do it my way. Because the minute you decide to do for you, go your way and stop listening, it says you won't dwell how?
Securely.
You won't dwell. You know why you won't dwell securely? Because there's always, you run the risk of something happening that wisdom didn't put in front of you. Now you're operating out of panic. Now you're operating out of emergency. Now you're operating out of desperation. There's no secure dwelling because I didn't listen long enough so that my situation can dwell securely. I stopped listening because I stopped serving, or I stopped waiting upon the Most High to change my situation because I didn't like the circumstance I was in, so I just said I'll figure it out my way. And then so what happens is wisdom won't work for you. Wisdom won't. The effects of wisdom won't happen. Won't come. The effects of wisdom, the outcome of wisdom is I'm dwelling in a good situation now. How can that happen if I don't listen long enough? Or I don't serve long enough to get the wisdom? It can't happen.
Okay. You got more?
No, that was it.
Let's continue. Ecclesiastes 4 and verse 18 and 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 18. Then will she return the straight way unto him, and comfort him, and show him her secrets.
Listen, you don't get the secrets. You don't get the connection. You don't get the message. You don't get the answers. You don't get the skill until you prove to the Most High and to the Spirit of Christ that this way of thinking, the spiritual way of thinking, is the only thing that matters. A lot of us as a nation are very good at talking to elders, being cool with elders, presenting a certain way to everybody else. But inside they haven't changed. And that's the truth. This is what the Most High was saying about the Pharisees, the Sadducees. They knew how to present to the people they needed to present to, But deep down, their outlook, their coldness, their hatred was never fixed. But because of it, they never changed what's inside of them, and they didn't gain access to the Spirit. I'm trying to make sure, as we're explaining what the Spirit is and what wisdom is, we're not making this super spiritual and super in the clouds, because it's not about being super in the clouds. There is a tangible spirit that we should be fighting towards attaining. But the tangible spirit or the tangible wisdom we're looking for is predicated on how well you can control your outlook, how well you can control your emotions, how well you can put into captivity every thought into the obedience of Christ. If that's what you can give yourself to, that's how you gain access to the Spirit. Is that easy? No. But this is why the Most High gave us a lifetime to work on it. We think we're slick. We think we can just go through scenarios and be negative and think we can get away with it. How many of us are sitting back here going through the same damn experiences that we failed 5 or 10 years ago? That's how the Most High shows you, one, that He loves you. But He ain't letting nobody get away with the experiences they never learned a lesson in the first place. Because you are required that regardless of what the Most High chooses for you to go through, to see the good in it, to see the lesson in it, and to be humble through it. So if you choose not to, guess what? You're going to be facing this in your 50s, in your 60s, in your 70s, your golden girl years. You're going to face it as a golden girl, like battles you didn't want to fight in your 20s. So what are you going to do? Same thing for men. Men can't escape this. The things you run from, the arenas where you never learn the obedience of Christ in your 20s and 30s, you're going to face them in your 40s, your 50s, because you only got your lifetime to fix what you got to fix in order to gain access to what? To the Spirit. Because He loves you. And that's what we're here for. Aren't we here to rehearse the what?
Righteous acts.
But we have to rehearse the righteous acts the right way. What was I saying? Cut. Retake. You didn't do that right. Your outlook was garbage. Just because people say, well, I stayed.
That's not the point.
Yeah, but that's what people say. I stayed. I didn't leave him. Oh. Is that enough? Listen, leaving was horrible. But staying and being negative was horrible too. How about that? It's both bad. Now the Most High does say, okay, you stayed and you were negative, then you get a little less of a sting than the person who bounced. But you still get the sting. Didn't the scripture say he that sat back here and
News Maxwell did not.
And then this one. People, I didn't know any better. I didn't understand.
I was innocent.
Well, but didn't Daniel say the wicked don't understand? Daniel's 12 and 10.
Yeah.
The wicked person doesn't understand because they choose wickedness. Didn't Christ say, ask, seek, and knock?
Yeah.
So to get answers, what do you got to do? You got to want to see answers.
And then
you got to want to be spiritual to get the answer. The answer ain't going to listen. Oh, answer. That's not going to be how it is. You have to choose to look for the good to get the answer. But we don't do that because we don't see the good. And that's why the wicked don't understand. But He gives us patience and mercy to do it again the right way. So now He loves us enough to say, okay, you didn't figure it out in the past, but you're still here. I got to give it to you again because you got to do it the right way this time. Whether that's whatever your life is, put your life and experience, put it in there, and that's what it is.
Wasn't there a king in the scriptures where the Most High said, I want you to fight this army. I was there with you before. And he fought the army, and the Most High came through for him.
Yep.
Then it was time to fight another army. He said, no,
I'm going
to pay some money. I'm going to go ahead and just cash out. Go ahead and fight for me because I'll fight doing it. The Lord said, okay, from now on, you will have nothing but wars. He chose Because he avoided his spiritual task.
I mean, you're going to live the rest of your life like that.
The rest of your theme, the rest of your life's theme is nothing but wars.
And gout.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a severe case of gout.
Because it shows, are we prepared to do the right action and the right behavior and the right mindset? Or are we prepared to live in this revolving cycle of the same thing?
And you're judged in your life based on how you look at what he puts you through. Not just the fact that you survived it. Cool, you survived it. But did you survive it with a pure outlook? Then if you didn't, you got to go back and do it again. So you can get the understanding. So you can keep learning how to cleave to the most. We think we can sit back here and just go through life being destructive and evil and just get new awesome opportunities after I was destructive and evil. So that was the old me. Just the new me. I just the better me. Well, if that's the case, you're going to go through exactly what you went through in the past. And you have to show to me you're the new me. You got to overcome the stuff you failed miserably in the past.
You don't get to skip steps.
That's the Jew. That's mankind. You want to sit back and do things 3-letter word backwards and then just get awesome blessings and rewards and love and praise and adulation. That's not the Most High. None of us get that.
The scripture,
Yeah.
Hebrews 5:8. There's a reason why none of us get that. Nobody gets to skip steps.
Got it.
Hebrews chapter 5 and verse 8. Though he were a son.
Because, Christ was the Most High's son. He called him his firstborn son, his beloved son. He said, though he were a son, read on.
Yet learned he obedience.
He still had to learn obedience. How?
By the things which he suffered.
Was Christ, the Son of the Most High, allowed to skip steps? So what makes us think that we're going to be allowed to skip steps? What makes us think that we're going to get blessings without obedience? Without having to prove to the Most High that we're going to stay in a positive mindset no matter what we go through? That I'm gonna stay open-minded and willing, and I'm gonna keep my pride and my feelings out of it because this is the Most High's will. So if Christ, the Son of the Most High, didn't get a chance to skip steps, we're not going to skip steps either. He says, what again?
It says, yet learned he obedience.
How?
By the things which he suffered.
What was the teacher to teach obedience? What was used to teach Christ obedience?
The things which he suffered.
How? So what is going to teach us obedience?
The things we suffered.
The things that we go through. The things that we suffer. Suffering, knowing how to suffer, is how the Most High, is what the Most High uses to teach you.
And to gain access to the Spirit.
Yep.
That is what knowledge, what wisdom takes you through crooked paths. You have to learn how to suffer. You have to learn how to give for free. Because what is suffering but giving for free?
Yep.
You have to learn how to give for free. You don't even know what giving for free means until you give everything in your spirit and you don't get what you expected back.
And somebody step on it.
And somebody abuse it.
Somebody abuse it, betray you, step on it, stab you in the back. Now you're in the spirit when you can suffer.
But a lot of times we experience it, look at it in the worst way, and we still don't gain access to it.
Because we're bitter and cold on the back end. Because look at what all I did. You abused my goodwill. Look at all this goodwill and this love that I had to give, and you just took it for granted and stepped on it, and you abused my goodwill.
And that means we never figured out the lesson. And then when you don't figure the lesson out, the Spirit ain't with you.
How about that?
And this is why you don't get the things you want in your life. You don't get the answers and the blessings and the protection that you think you deserve.
And then we say, life's not fair.
Yeah.
And then if we're really honest, we say God's not fair.
Well, that's what's implied. That's what's being implied.
It's a three-step process. Is this person not fair? Then it's life. Then you point to God.
But when you say, listen, he that despiseth not man but the Most High. So as soon as you blame a person, you're really blaming the Most High. From the beginning.
Yeah. But people conceal it though.
All facts. So let's
One more verse on that.
Okay.
Read that. Read verse 9.
Verse 9.
So hold on. You gotta make sure when you'll say one verse, just say listen to this so I can type it. I won't cut you off.
Yeah, verse 9. Verse 9. Because that's a good point too.
No, I know it's a good point. I just don't know when to stop. I don't know when it's ended.
Yeah. No, it's the cap.
It's not cap. It's the cap.
It's the cap.
Yeah.
Read that.
Yet learned he obedience by the things which he suffered, and be made perfect.
And being made what?
Perfect.
Go ahead.
He became the author of eternal salvation.
That's why Christ is a what?
Author
He
of
wrote
eternal salvation.
He wrote the book about suffering and still staying in the spirit.
How about Christ is wisdom?
Yes.
Christ is wisdom. Christ is the spirit. It all comes around like.
Yep.
Because Christ is the spirit. That was the template that was talked about in Proverbs 8. When it was said that wisdom was there from the beginning.
And he said also that when the Comforter, he said that I will send in my name.
Con.
Will teach you all things that I have said unto you.
Thank you. But how about the spirit has been there with us from the beginning when we left Egypt?
He's called the spirit of truth.
It was different words. Wisdom, the spirit is all the spirit of Christ. That we were supposed to fight to gain access through our discipline and obedience to him.
Yep.
And when you can break what's inside of you, then the spirit of Christ flows through you. You see how, hopefully, I'm not trying to make it as religious-y as the church likes to paint it, where the Holy Ghost, everybody's moving like this. That's the spirit. That's not the spirit. He's just jigging out. He's jigging for no reason. It's not it. That's not the spirit. You gain access to the spirit through hard work and discipline and constantly cleaving to him. No?
Last part. That one.
Unto all them
He said, and he gives salvation is being handed to all them that what?
that obey him.
So do you get to do what you want to do and get salvation?
No.
No. The benefits and the rewards of salvation go to the ones that are obedient in the same fashion that he had to be obedient. And how did he have to be obedient? He had to know how to suffer and still submit his will and still be positive throughout the suffering and still say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what, for what they do. That means I didn't take it personal. I didn't take the people personal. And that's something that is very difficult for us to not do, is take each other personal. Or take every offense personal. That's why we get thrown out the spirit.
Yep.
That's it.
Go back to Wisdom of Solomon 6 now in verse 11.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 11.
This is still about leaders. And leaders have to operate in the spirit of wisdom to properly lead, for the Most High to continue to be with them. Read on.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 11. Wherefore, set your affections upon my words.
There's different ways to say the same things. How much do you love thinking like the Most High in Christ? How much do you sit back here and value choosing Christ's thoughts over yours? That's what affection really is. Where is your mind at? Where is your heart at? And the more you send your affection on Christ's words, the less it's about what? How you feel. And what people make you feel. And it's less about your opinion of what you think is right, what you think is fair, what you think is right in your life. That matters less when your affection is on Christ's words. Because the only thing that matters is pleasing him. And once you get to that point, then you have a greater chance of having access to him. Do you love his words enough, despite all the ups and downs and trials, tribulations, that you still choose him? Read on.
Desire them, and ye shall be instructed.
If you desire wisdom, and that's the only thing that matters, you'll gain the lessons. Read on.
Wisdom is glorious, and never fadeth away. Yeah, she is easily seen of them that love her, and found of such as seek her.
Once again, you don't gain access to the Spirit unless you really love the Most High in Christ's words. And if you can say that all you want, but how do you act? Are you a sister when another sister doesn't make you feel comfortable? Listen, are you a different sister? If a sister doesn't give you or talk to you or act to you the way you want to be treated? Are you the same brother when you're not treated and dealt with the way that you want to be treated and dealt with? If you act different, then do you really have an affection on Christ? Or is your affection about you? That's the real. Listen, didn't the scripture say offenses will come? How do you act when you're offended? How do you treat people when you're offended? You can't treat people negative when you're offended and still say you have an affection towards the Most High. Oh, that person just ain't listen. You can't say that. How can you say that and say you still have an affection for the Lord? You have to have the capability of seeing the good in your situation, regardless of how you're treated. If you're going to gain access to the Spirit, but let's continue.
She preventeth them that desire her.
She preventeth them that desire. If you desire wisdom, prevent means to go before or proceed. If you desire wisdom, way above how you feel and what you want, how you think things should be, meaning this, you have to get to the point. Can you accept everything you've gained or lost in this life? Can you accept all the losses and the trials and the tribulations and the service and have no complaints, no negative expectations, and be okay with it? Because that's what it takes. It says she preventeth, meaning she proceeds. Wisdom precedes them that desire her, meaning it's in front of them. Wisdom walks for them. But listen, you get that kind of protection when you've shown time in and time out. Doesn't matter what you want, it's about the work. It's about the body. It's about Christ. It's about choosing humility, choosing discipline, choosing long suffering, choosing the fruits of the Spirit. Do you choose the fruits of the Spirit over what you want? If you do, wisdom will present themselves to you and precede you. Read on.
In making herself first known unto them. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail.
The problem is we fight our lessons. What does that mean? Read that verse again.
Verse 14. Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail.
How many of us embrace change and inconvenience early? Very few of us. So what does that mean? The process of getting wisdom brings about great travail. Because half the time we're running from our battles and we don't accept the battles the Most High puts in front of us. So because we don't accept those battles, we keep suffering. And the longer you suffer, the harder it is to get back and see purely what the Most High is going through. What He's taking you through.
We got the spirit of Jonah, where we got to get swallowed up by a whale, and then be made uncomfortable. Then we follow the Most High's instructions.
But how about Jonah still had a negative outlook at the end?
Still.
So all of that resisting made it even harder for him to see the good, even though the good was still there. Is that not us? We'll fight it and fight the lesson and fight the lesson and fight the lesson, and then we sit back and just give in because we're tired of getting beaten and broken for not listening. But we'll do it, but we won't sit back and do it with a pure outlook. So what does he got to do again? He has to keep repeating the same scenario that you got to go through until you look at it the right way, so you can gain access to the Spirit. You can't gain access to the Spirit if you don't do it that way. But if you're not fighting to gain access to the Spirit, do you have a chance at salvation? This is why Christ kept saying, stop focusing on the law and focus on fixing what's inside of you. Because that's how you get to the kingdom.
And that's why the Most High said he doesn't suffer a witch to live, or a sorcerer, or somebody that does necromancy, or palm reading, or astrology, or soothsayers, because these people like to cheat their way to the spirit.
Yep.
All these people try to find alternative ways to get ahead in life,
To get an answer.
without going through the Most High.
Yep. So continue. Wisdom of Solomon.
Verse
6.
14.
Okay.
Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail.
When you learn at an early age to just submit to the lesson and use the scriptures to process the good in the lesson, this process of gaining the spirit isn't as difficult. But when you sit back here and you got years of skepticism, doubt, and I don't trust, and I've been hurt before, and throwing my life away, I don't know if I want to do that again. I've tried this organization and that organization, I don't know if I want to do it again. All that makes the travail even harder. Versus choosing at an early age to follow and see the good in things. But continue.
For he shall find her sitting at his doors. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom.
It still goes back to how you mentally process things. You can go through all the mechanical mumbo jumbo. You can wash your hands 1,000 times. You can do all the outward spiritual things you want. The way to gain access to the spirit is how you think. And when things happen to you, when things are done to you, for you, or against you, how do you process it? Do you process it spiritual or not? Because the perfection of wisdom is in how you process and look at things. And can you spiritually look at things the right way? Read on.
And whoso watcheth for her shall quickly be without care.
But once again, how many of us watch for the spiritual lesson the Most High is trying to take us to? Most of us just react to adversity. Why am I going through this? Why am I hurting? Why am I so sad? Why am I going through this situation? Why did I have to lose this? Why did I have to take another step back? Why is my life so inconvenient? That's how we think. We don't think to watch for wisdom. The way you watch for wisdom, what is the lesson the Most High is teaching me here? What fruit of the Spirit can I learn living with this brother? What fruit of the Spirit can I learn living with this spirit, with this sister? Maybe the Spirit's teaching me patience, long-suffering, mercy, humility, selflessness. That's the lesson. Or, what is the lesson teaching me when having to teach this brother over and over and over again? That I'm not above teaching. I'm not above losing for this brother. If a brother wants me to sit back and go a mile, I'll go 2 with him. Can you sit back here and look and watch for the wisdom in every experience that you're going through? Maybe I have to lose this, go through this, so I can teach other brothers and sisters how to go through it. Maybe I have to lose so I can be a better instructor and teacher to walk others through what I'm going through. If you're watching for wisdom, read that again. Shall quickly be without care. Because if I look at life in the lens of looking for the spiritual lesson, then guess what? All this stress and anxiety are no longer there. All this mental illness situation that's plaguing the youth right now. Why is all this mental illness and popping pills and taking all this pharmaceutical? Why is it so heavy right now? Half of the neurotic nature that our people have is because people are neurotic and can't get out of their own head. It's a selfish spirit that people are caught up into. You know, you break all that neurotic crap. Give your mind on how you can serve others. Give your mind how to sit back here and be a better example for the people around you. Half of the neurotic crap is because, what about me? 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 Well, that didn't feel good to me. I didn't like how that made me feel. It's so hot. It's so cold. I'm so angry. I'm so sad. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I want coffee. Everything is me.
I feel.
Nobody cares. How's that person look at me? The person look at me all crazy. They don't like me either. All these things go into your head because you live a selfish life. And you ever learn to gear your mind to the service of the Lord and watching to figure out what the Most High is trying to teach you. to give him more. You know, I know a lot of people who are good brothers and sisters and can't get out of their own head, out of their own room. And all they do is live their life in their room and not realize that you only grow by being around people and having to fight what's inside of you amongst the body of the nation. And you'll grow so much more by dealing with the hurt and the pain and the ups and downs that people put you through. That's growth. That will take you out of your neurotic nature. Serving the body. The body is there for a reason. Anyway.
You're either going to be sensitive to your feelings or you're going to be sensitive to the people around you.
Or you're going to be sensitive to Christ and learning how to navigate around all these people that are pulling from you. Because this is what he's saying. You got to learn how to watch for wisdom. We don't know how to watch. We're supposed to watch for wisdom, but we're watching for sensations.
Yeah.
We're watching to come up. You know what we're watching for? I need a good day. Now, I don't talk about the sun eye. I never looked at it that way. People would look for the sun eye. They got to have the sun. Listen, Darius always told me the sizes, man. The Jews, they listen to class more in the fall and the winter because they're sad. There's no sun. I said, "Are you serious?" But listen, all of a sudden you realize when it's not sunny outside, people listen to class. People are sad and depressed when it's cold out and there's something to do. But when it's sunny out, when it's summertime, viewership is down.
Yeah,
why is that? Why is viewership down in the summertime?
The sun's out.
Is the answer as simple as the sun?
I got vitamin D. I'm feeling good.
Is it simply a vitamin D? That's it.
Vitamin D deficiency. Because you feel good when that sunlight's hitting.
Oh my God!
Class is gonna be okay.
Life is gonna be okay. Yeah, class will be there.
It's gonna be okay.
I need vitamin D. I need the sun. I didn't know the significance. You start seeing the numbers.
Yeah.
I didn't believe him, but he's true. He's right. People want the sun. People want to get out and do things out. Then all of a sudden the Bible don't matter. And then when it's November, December, all of a sudden people want God again. Like, well, all of a sudden viewership is up. I agree with these scriptures. Really? How come we didn't agree in August? How come we didn't want to agree in August and July?
The lake was calling.
The lake, fried chicken, grill. The grill was calling, huh?
Barbecue.
Yeah.
Barbecues was calling, huh?
Oh yeah.
But it's crazy. That's what the Jew wants.
It's different sensations.
But once again, that's what people watch for. People watch for fun times, good times, to feel good. They want a good sensation versus watching for wisdom, the lesson. What is the Most High teaching me here? And if you look at life from that lens, read verse 15 again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 15.
The second part.
It says, showeth herself favorably.
No, 15.
Oh, sorry, 15. And whoso watcheth for her shall quickly be without care.
You'll be without care because the only thing that matters is looking for wisdom and looking for the lesson. And if you make your life, if you gear your life watching for the spiritual lesson, all of a sudden there are no more what? Pulls. There's no more sadness. There's no more depression.
Worry.
Because the flesh always wants. As soon as you look for one thing, then you say, oh, I got this. But what about that? Then you sit back and watch for the next thing and the next thing. And life is about just acquiring and getting more that you want versus watching for wisdom.
Watch out for the camera, please.
The wisdom, as Moses said, the Most High gives the wisdom liberally to people. So if you keep watching for lessons and growth, you'll be without care because the only thing that matters is the pursuit of wisdom. We're done.
Verse 16. For she goeth about seeking such as are unto them.
Read it again.
For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her. Showeth herself favorably unto them in the ways, and meeteth them in every thought.
This is what we want. But he says wisdom is looking all around the earth. The spirit of wisdom is looking for individuals who want to embrace it. But we don't want to embrace it. The spirit of wisdom is trying to bless you. It's trying to give you what you need. It's trying to make your life better. Read it again.
Verse 16.
When it says she, it's wisdom. Read on.
For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of of her.
But most people aren't worthy of wisdom. Most people aren't worthy of the Spirit of Christ because we don't put the work in to gain access to the Spirit of Christ. Read on.
Showeth herself favorably unto them in the way.
Listen, the Spirit will be brought to you favorably if you are worthy of receiving wisdom. If you put the necessary work to control your thoughts and watch for the lessons the Most High is constantly providing to you. Read on.
And meaneth them in every thought.
And the beautiful thing is, once you prove that you're worthy of gaining wisdom, then wisdom will meet you at every thought. Then that skill kicks in. Then you'll start having the understanding that you're looking for. Then you'll start sitting back here getting blessed in ways you might not have experienced before. Read on.
For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
But it goes back to this. You can't gain access to the Spirit. Yeah, read that again.
For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
You can't gain access to the Spirit of Christ if you don't embrace discipline. You have to love to be disciplined. You have to love that restraint. You have to love not being able to give your mind to whatever you want to give yourself to. How many of us just sometimes just want to relax and just let everything relax and just let your mind flow? But y'all don't realize that's the death of you. When you start sitting back here and letting your mind just be free and yay, that kills you. Yes, sis? And then but the thing is, once you let everything go, it's hard to stop the thoughts from going. Once you're free, you know what you can't do? It's very hard to sit back here and have fun and be free. And then now it's time to be disciplined. Now I'll be free and have fun. Then it's time to be disciplined. I'm going to sit back here and do whatever I want to do. And now it's time to lock it down. That is extremely difficult to do. Let me ask you this. Is it easy to do that in the workout realm? In the world of working out?
No.
Can you sit back here and put 3 weeks of working out in and be 3 weeks off? 3 weeks on, 3 weeks off? Even professional boxers. The great boxers work out every day. All those guys that party and drink and booze up for 4 months, and then they train for 2 months, they come in sluggish, and they lose.
Call it ring rust.
But the great fighters, they work out every single day. They get their road work in, they get their boxing in, they get their mechanics in, they get their diet in every single day. If we can understand that in the carnal world, is it any different in the spiritual world? If you want to gain access to the Spirit, you have to control your thoughts every day. There's no letting loose and relaxing and what do they call it? Doom scrolling for like 2 or 3 days. Then you're going to lock back in the study. Then doom scroll for 6 hours. Then lock it back in. You have to know your spirit and give your mind to controlling whatever thoughts you want to give into. 2 Ezra chapter 10 and 3. We ain't going. 2 Corinthians 10 and 3 talked about that. You have to put in subjection every thought. Do you think you can put in subjection every thought and then let everything go again?
No.
And then tighten back up and then let everything go again?
That's not real.
That's not real. You know, if you want access to the Spirit, you can't do that. Either you're going to live a life of discipline, controlling what thoughts enter your mind, or to be specific, controlling what thoughts you entertain and what thoughts you feed. If you can't do that, you can forget it. You'll never gain access to the Spirit. And then wonder why your life is always inconsistent and unhappy. When it says if you're watching, you'll soon find ease. How many of us are constantly like unhappy, and we have all these fits of I'm happy, I'm not happy, I'm angry, I'm sad? It's because you're not watching and committed to one way of looking at things long enough. You have to kill that desire to feed the flesh. There's no other way.
Or to entertain distraction.
Either you kill it all the way or you're going to be a servant to it. That's why he says, I'd rather you be hot or cold. Because when you're lukewarm, he's going to get rid of you. Because if you're lukewarm, that means you have lukewarm thoughts. Sometimes you're spiritual, sometimes you're carnal. Sometimes you hold on to hate, sometimes you look at the good of things. You won't get blessed in that position.
Or I can't be mad 80% of the time and then be spiritual 20% of the time.
The Jews are a bunch of anti-heroes. You know, I mean well, but I got a little negative streak in me.
Bad man.
I'm a good person, but I will choke you out every once in a while. Like, what is this? Or I'm a good person, but I might punch you in the face if you cross me the wrong day.
Yeah.
You'll call me Crazy Joe a little bit. You can't be that guy. You're going to be about God, or you're not going to be about God. You know what I mean? Yeah. Remember that teacher that was in Stand By Me? Was it Stand By Me?
Yeah.
It was. And he was like, they call me Crazy Joe. Now they call me Batman. Well, damn, bro, you making it hard for like administration to trust your judgment, bro.
You want to jump off the roof?
You're sitting back here jumping on roofs with bats, but yeah, you teach the kids good math. Come on, man. I don't know if I can deal with this wild card guy. You're hard to trust. And he got a little glitch to him too, because he won't sit back here and put hands on you. Or you ever see 187 with Samuel Jackson act? He's sitting back here, he's taking it to these Issachars. He's cutting fingers off like, damn, this dude's supposed to sit back here and teaching math. You sitting back here cutting this dude's finger off and mocking him. You're doing criminal tactics, at night. You run the streets doing dirt, cutting people's fingers off, and in the daytime you're teaching algebra. Like, what the hell is this, Most High doesn't want those kind of people, like serving the Most High. Either you're going to commit to serving the Most High all the way, or you're not.
Streaky.
And if you are, you'll be rewarded the Spirit. You'll be rewarded the Holy Spirit. Wisdom, the Holy Spirit is all the same thing. Let's continue with Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 17.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 17. For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline, and the care of discipline is love.
So you have to have discipline, but you can't maintain discipline unless you love what you're putting yourself through. Because the thing is this, you can't love something that you do off and on. You can only love something if you do it every day. That's how love is good. People think, yeah, I was just over there and I looked across the room and I just love him. Love at first sight. That's not true. You love by your commitment to something or someone every single day. Doing it every day, doing the right thing every day is how you learn how to love. So you start off with discipline. And you start doing this disciplined approach to looking at things every single day. And then you learn to love it. You see why when you read Proverbs 16 and 3, it says, commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts will be established. People want to have this perfectly clear, I want to do it mind before you do it. No, get off your butt and just do the right thing every single day. And then your mind will follow. Your intent will follow. But your intent doesn't matter. Just get up and live discipline every day. Do it the right way. And then eventually you'll see it the right way. That's how you break the flesh. Read on.
But if you're not in an environment where that's the example,
Yep.
then that mentality is not frequent. You're not exercising those abilities. You got to be in an environment where you're exercising that desire to break yourself. And that's why a camp, it ain't got to be our camp. Any camp is a great opportunity and a great platform to practice the things that you don't want to break in yourself.
God.
You got to be around people every day. Because truthfully, once a week, once a month is not enough. You got to be around each other on a regular basis to be in an environment where you got to use patience.
How many of us say we don't like people?
Yeah. Or you got to use
dogs welcome, but people I don't know. You ever see those you ever see those like signs in places like that?
Oh, it says a house is not a house without a dog.
Yeah, but with people I don't know. I don't know if I want to deal with people today. I tell you this. There are people that are trying to live the right way, and you got to do your best to be around them, because that's part of your growth. That's part of how you practice the application of wisdom.
Yeah. You have to be in an environment where it's being exercised. If you're not exercising it, then how do you know you're acquiring it? So when you distance yourself and you stay away from people, you're not exercising the things that it takes to get wisdom. You know, because you got to be in a giving spirit. And that's why Christ said in St. John, he said, I pray, Father, that you take them not out of the world, even though he said the world is wicked. He said, but just that you protect them from the evil. You still got to be in the world. You still got to function around people.
Done.
And you got to deal with the ills, the ups and downs of people, and the highs and lows of people. But you can't wish to be separate. You won't learn the lessons.
Con. Okay. Let's continue in Wisdom of Solomon 6.
Verse 18. And love is the keeping of her laws, and the giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption. And incorruption maketh us near unto the Most High. Therefore the desire of wisdom bringeth to a kingdom.
The desire of being awarded the spirit of wisdom is how you make the kingdom. The laws is just the beginning of showing that you have a love for the Most High. You following the laws is a good first step. But that first step doesn't necessarily mean you won't take the second step. Because with that love, you have to choose discipline. And you have to use discipline to control your thoughts. When you control your thoughts and your purpose and your reason for doing whatever you do, this is how you gain access to an incorruptible mind. When you can gain that incorruption in your mind, then you get awarded the spirit of wisdom. And when you get awarded the spirit of wisdom, that gets you closer to getting the kingdom. That's what we're here to do. We should be here to fight to get the... Everybody talks about fighting to get the kingdom. But nobody talks about fighting to destroy their negative outlook to earn it. And if you can't see the good and the spiritual lesson in everything you go through, all the interactions you are forced to deal with, if you can't see the blessing and make the proper decisions to navigate through it, you're just disconnecting yourself to the access to the wisdom, which gets you further away from your opportunities to the kingdom. Let that go and go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1, verse 1. We're going to read verse 1 all the way to verse 13.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1.
So whether it's Jonathan, whether it's Judas, whether it's all the prophets, all the great leaders of our people, they had enough understanding about gaining access to the Spirit for the Most High to keep working through them. And Jonathan was able to sit back here and provide answers and make all the right moves. Not because he was this most intelligent, super smart person.
Most diplomatic.
Or he was just the most diplomatic guy in the room. He had enough understanding about pleasing the Most High and working on his outlook and thoughts so that the Spirit can move him to make the right decisions. Whether it's, okay, now set up this relationship with the Romans. Now sit back here and refortify the tower in Jerusalem. Make all these preparations so that the next generation can come in here and take it to the next step. Let's sit back and fortify our military to where now we're the most feared military in the region. All this is set up under Jonathan's tutelage. Well, did he know that he had to be this way? No. The Spirit just guided him to get to that point. And because of it, he was making all the right decisions. And it's the same thing in your life. You'll make all the right decisions, not because you're the smartest guy in the room, but because you're humble enough to keep breaking and attacking what's inside of you. Then the Spirit will guide you the way it needs to guide.
And that's
Does that make sense? What you gonna say?
That's the real lesson.
That is the lesson that we all need to sit back here and figure out. I mean, how long I've heard about the wisdom, and it's about creativity and cunning, and I said this to this person, and I said that to that person, and my wisdom got you to do this. No, it didn't. Your wisdom didn't do nothing. It was the Most High's mercy and grace that got you everything you got. And if you want the Most High to still work through you, you better keep breaking that filth in you, so the Spirit can guide you the way you need to be guided to keep getting blessed. And he said, peace of mind and health come to those people who actually fear the Lord. We just read that in Ecclesiastes 1 and 18. So if we want the Most High to keep backing us, it is imperative that we keep breaking that filth in us. Okay, go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1,
And that's love.
verse 1.
Because the love is, because he created this process, if you love him enough to follow the process, then you get a reward for that. You get the real rewards.
But it's the ultimate sacrifice. That's what it means by getting 100-fold in this world. You'll get all the things you need. If you break you and follow Christ, you'll get everything you need once you understand the rhythm and the lesson of how to act in the Spirit. And the lesson is, regardless of what you go through, what is the Most High trying to teach you? And do you watch and value that more than what you're losing or not getting out of the carnal in your life? What do you value the most? That is what he's trying to find out.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yes.
Matthew 10 and 25. Because the ultimate reward is this right here. Anybody else? Go ahead. The same voice, man.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 35. For I am come to set a man.
No, 10 and verse 25. Matthew 10, verse 25.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 25. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master.
It's that right there. That's the ultimate joy. That's the zenith. It is enough for the disciple that he be like his what?
His master.
His master. That's the ultimate glory. That we can be like Christ. Christ is the reward itself. So Christ designed your life to make you in his image. He created man his what? He created man's image. But do we have the application of God? We have the application of Christ? Are we angelic in our abilities and how we operate? No. So he created a course of life to make you that much closer to Christ's image. It is enough. The fulfillment and the contentment is throughout the rain, the shine, the good, the bad, the peaks and the valleys. Did I become like my master? If I became as my master and I operate and think as my master, that is the fulfillment of your life's mission. That's the fulfillment of your life's purpose. That's the highest. That is the highest achievement. To be like Christ. All the little physical blessings and the trinkets and the trophies and little good things we get and the goodies, that's cool. But what was the real reason we read the Bible? What was the real reason we study? What's the real reason we serve? What's the real reason we inconvenience ourselves? Is it for a blessing, or is Christ the ultimate reward? To be like him and to think like him, the ultimate reward. It's enough for a disciple to be like his master. And this is why your life has so many different little labyrinths and mazes and challenges, because these challenges, mazes, and labyrinths are to open your mind to be like the master, which is your ultimate reward anyway. That's the ultimate achievement of a man or a woman.
Getting there is the challenge.
Yeah. That's all the point.
Okay. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 1.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1. Love righteousness.
So once again, whether it's watching for wisdom, loving righteousness, putting into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ, having holiness holily,
Yeah.
it's all saying the same thing. How much do you love the pursuit of Christ? How much do you love fixing mind, body, and soul? You're about mind, body, and soul, dog. What does that even mean? That means your outlook connects with your conduct. And your choice is to pull Christ in every single situation possible. But read on.
Ye that be judges of the earth.
He still tells you about leadership. If you want to lead, this is what it takes. You know how many people want to know what it takes to lead? But they never realize what leadership is. It isn't about bullying authority and bossing people around. Authority and gaining authority is all about service and humility and dedicating to follow Christ and the spirit of wisdom if you want to lead. Read on.
Think of the Lord with a good heart.
And once again, this sounds simple, but this is the key to life. If you're thinking of the Lord in a good light, that means everything he puts you through, you're looking at it in a good light. What does Romans chapter 8 say? It says, Read this. Romans 8 and 28. Because we ain't going to be able to get to this. Romans 8 and 28.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 28.
Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 1 says, think on the Lord in a good heart. 8 and 28.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love the Most High.
So if I can sit back and look at the Most High in a good heart, it also means that everything that the Most High has got me going through, I was supposed to go through. I was supposed to lose this. I was supposed to suffer this. I was supposed to be pained in this. I was supposed to have this childhood. I was supposed to lose this father. I was supposed to lose this mother. I was supposed to be in these particular circumstances. There are no victims. There's no sob story. There's no victimhood. There's no such thing. That's an illusion. Your mother was supposed to be an ostrich. Your father was supposed to be a rolling stone. Whatever your dreadful nightmare of a life is, it was supposed to be that way, and it was supposed to be worked out for the good. Read verse 28 again.
Verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love the Most High.
If you love the Most High, and you see the value in the Most High, then everything you went through was supposed to be to the good of Him. So there was supposed to be a spiritual lesson in whatever life the Most High gave you. And can you do that? Can you try to attempt to look at things that way? Because if you can't see things that way, how will you ever be rewarded the Spirit? How will you ever be rewarded the power and grace of the Heavenly Father if you can't see that whatever you went through was supposed to be the good of the Most, was supposed to be for the good of the Most High? Whatever you suffered, whatever you lost, there was a lesson that you were supposed to gain through that.
So our personal life tragedy.
There is no tragedy.
But the supposed tragedies of our life.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
The supposed tragedies are really the platform the Most High can use to teach us to overcome.
To learn how to see the good in the Most High.
Because Christ.
How can you see the good in the Most High if you haven't learned how to suffer?
It's clear.
Because I'm going to say this. When Adam didn't have to suffer, when Adam and Eve didn't suffer, what did they do? They squandered. So everybody has to suffer so they can learn to appreciate.
Yeah. That's true.
But do we look at things that way?
Nope.
Hell no.
But it's the truth, though.
Trials of Job. Everybody got the trials of Job. Everybody's life is unfair. So they hurt people because their life was unfair. Never realizing whatever you went through, you were supposed to go through so you could learn how to cleave to the Most High and appreciate Him. Yes, Amiyah.
Joseph said to his brothers.
God. I know. But we don't want to think like Joseph. That's too much like right. Not realizing he was the one guy in the spirit for that whole damn time period.
Whole generation of people out.
That's what I'm saying. There's only
He's
like
the
2
only
or
one.
3 guys that understand the spirit throughout history at different times. But keep going. Now, listen, read verse 28 again.
And if it is something that I went through that was painful, then you have to. The Most High said, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." So I still got to look at it and say, "Well, it was through ignorance that I suffered." But the Most High also comes back and says, "Because they reject knowledge."
Huh?
That means that guess what? When you read the scripture earlier, I think it was in Wisdom of Solomon 4, when you says she goeth about looking for those that she says for this 6 and 16, Wisdom of Solomon. For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her, showeth herself favorably unto them in the ways, and meeting them in every thought. That means that the Most High had wisdom trying to reach me, but I was rejecting wisdom, and because I rejected wisdom, I suffered. And it was because I didn't have the answers in my thoughts when he was trying to give it to me, which says the same thing that Solomon said when he says, wisdom crieth in the street.
Yeah.
But we don't listen to it.
I know. He's like, take me, follow this way.
Right.
So I don't like how this making me feel.
Yeah. So do we quantify it and say, well, you know what? Like you said, life is not fair. If the Most High had wisdom looking for you, if the Most High had wisdom crying in the streets, pursuing you, and you just rejected it, then is it really the Most High's fault?
Nope. Because He loves you enough to keep doing it.
Can I use a modern example? Like a modern example is like a lot of people complain about, and the board talks about it too. A lot of people complain about relationships.
Yeah.
And everybody has a fantasy mentality. And they chase the fantasy. And then they look down the line years later and say, man, I had 2 or 3 blessings, but I didn't know how to value these blessings at the time period. And now I'm in this situation. But the Most High gave us blessings early, but we didn't have the ability to comprehend what quality they were that they would actually be real blessings. It's our ignorance that's the enemy.
Yep.
And the suffering.
But the
opens
ignorance
your
is
eyes.
only there because you're not watching to grow. We don't operate in life looking to grow. We walk through life looking to get something out of the deal. That's why we don't get what we want out the deal. Why is he going to give you something that's going to ruin you?
Yeah.
For every brother that don't have a rib, for every wife that don't have a husband, he's not going to give you something that you can't handle. What does that mean? Whatever you want that you haven't gotten, the Most High deems that it will ruin you. So it will ruin you. Why would he give it to you? Then why do you want it? Because you want to ruin your life. Now, how about that? And how about we haven't learned that serving Christ is the only thing we need? Because once you realize that serving Christ is all you need, then you get extra things.
Yep.
And that's the honest to goodness. The key to getting what you want is not wanting it anymore. And choosing to love the Most High. Not wanting it. I'm just going to get cold to this. No, it's not about being cold. I'm just going to cut it off in my heart. You can't do that. It's not about that. It's choosing to love the Most High and only wanting that. And then once that is your priority and it's proven that that's what you want, then you'll get other things down the line. And that's the truth. Y'all done with that? So let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon 1:1.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1. Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Think of the Lord with a good heart.
You have to think of the Lord with a good heart. And that means thinking about everything that you've gone through and what you're going through and see the good in it, see the lesson, see the blessing. Watch to see what the Most High is teaching you through all of these experiences. Read on.
And in simplicity of heart, seek Him.
When it says simplicity of heart, seek Him, what does that mean? Either you love the Most High or you don't. Either He's the apple of your eye or He's not. We try to sit back here and outmaneuver the Most High. We try to come to class, act like good little boys and little girls, but want something else secretly on the back end. Versus just sitting back here and doing the right thing because it's the right thing with no expectations behind it. Read on.
For He will be found of them that tempt Him not.
But he says, the spirit of wisdom will be found in people that don't tempt the Most High or don't tempt wisdom. What does that mean? How do we tempt the Most High and how do we tempt wisdom? We tempt wisdom, we tempt the Most High when we sit back here and do good things with negative intentions. When our heart doesn't match our work ethic.
That's a major one right there.
Because that's how you piss the Most High off. Because the Most High knows you're playing a game.
Yeah.
Listen, didn't we read, he says, I'd rather you be hot or cold because the lukewarm is what vexes him. The lukewarm is the tempting of the Father. When you operate doing good works with ulterior motives, when your intentions aren't pure, then the Most High has to do all this work to sift every work you do, to determine if it's pure or unpure.
You know, he says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
And think not that he will receive anything from the Lord.
So I tempt the Most High when I'm double-minded. Some days I say I want to be spiritual. Some days I don't want to be spiritual.
And then all of a sudden people want maximum blessings when they think that way.
Where's the blessing?
God ain't fair. Whoa, that's what they think.
Yep.
The Most High is not fair. But I can sit back here and be double-minded all damn day and expect to get blessed. And most like, don't tempt me. You're tempting me. by not being 100% about what you are doing in your endeavors. Read on.
For he will be found of them that tempt him not, and showeth himself unto such as do not distrust him.
And so he says, how many times do we give to the Most High with the plan B? We give to the Most High and saying, well, if this doesn't work out, I can always do this.
Oh yeah.
If this marriage don't work out, I can always do this. If this doesn't work in my favor, I can always do something else. He's like, isn't that the root of not trusting the Most High?
Yeah.
And have you not seen how the Most High works in our life? He puts you in a situation where you have to go all in or you don't see the benefit of it.
Yep.
The Most High forces you to make that all-in move, that all-in decision. And when you fight making that all-in decision, he prolongs the blessing.
So the opportunity.
Or the opportunity for the blessing. But you got to show in your actions that there's no turning back and this is the only way I'm going. Once you show that, then he defends you. When you operate with 1 foot in and 1 foot out, you're tempting him and you're not going to get anything and you won't see the blessing. This is how we tempt and stifle and cut off the spirit. Or giving grudgingly. You see, I'm a give, but I'm a give grudgingly. Then really, are you giving?
With a string attached.
You see the whole point? Whether I'm giving, but if there's a plan B, or I give, but I'm giving and I really don't want to give, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's safe face. The Most High judges you off of the intent behind the decisions that you make. Read verse 2 again.
Verse 2. For he will be found of them that tempt him not, and showeth himself unto such as do not distrust him. For froward thoughts.
Froward, F-R-O, means disobedient thoughts. He says disobedient thoughts. What does disobedient mean? Disobedient to the intent behind the move you're supposed to make. If I'm supposed to sit back and do the right thing towards my brothers and sisters, why is my outlook left and negative behind it? My intention is supposed to be pure behind the work. But too many times, our works don't match our thoughts. How many of us align our works with our thoughts? Most of us have learned in life to play the game. Physically, I'm here, but mentally, I'm somewhere else. I'll go through the physical work, but mentally, I don't want to do this.
I'm on autopilot.
I really don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. But he says those type of disobedient thoughts is what literally separates you from the Most High. I'm going to do what my husband tells me, but I'm vexed while I'm doing it. I don't really want to do it, but I'm going to do it because I have to do it. When you start operating in the has to and I got to, then he's like, man, that's a disobedient thought. And if we can see that with the Lord or with our women, we can see that, oh yeah, I see how you slammed that countertop. I saw how you sat back here and slammed that door. I saw you roll your eyes. We can see that, right? But we don't see how we roll our eyes towards the Most High.
Don't see it.
Because we're his woman. And when we don't want to do something, that's okay.
We just pout.
But what difference is pouting than your wife just nuking some food because you're hungry? She could have put it in the oven. And she could have put it in, no, I'm just going to nuke this. And walk off. And
The bread's all stale.
Why is the stepping, the stomping like da-dum, 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 da-dum? What is all that for? But we do that to the Most High all the time.
Yep.
But we got a good reason for it, though.
Oh, God, I'm a victim.
It's the brothers at the moment. It's the brothers you sent me, Lord. These brothers don't listen.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound like Adam?
Yeah.
I mess up because the woman you sent. Damn. It's the same scapegoat attitude.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 3. For froward thoughts separate from the Most High, and his power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise.
The truth is, we try the Most High's power by not giving wholehearted to it.
Oh.
How many times do we test the Most High and we don't trust him because we sit back here and don't give our full spirit
Go all in.
to the work? And all it is our mind, our outlook, our positivity, our optimism, We do good works with no optimism.
It's true.
We do good works and don't trust. Secretly hate, but I'm doing good works. And how come the Most High don't bless me when I'm doing good works? But I see the worst in you. But I'm doing good works. How can the Most? I'm such a good person. Look at the good works that I'm doing. But you got a hateful outlook and expect the Most High not to reprove that. You know the greatest way to reprove somebody who's capping, who's doing good works on the outside, but it's whack on the inside? You know how you break a person? Do it again. Because if you love doing it the first time, you don't mind doing it the second time. And then when the second time goes, God damn it! Aha! You didn't want to do it the first time, and all I did is had you repeat the process to prove you didn't want to do it the first time. I thought you loved serving me. And why do you have a problem doing it again? If this is the work of the Lord that you choose to do. See that? You see that? This is how the Most High breaks you. Because he tries you. Because the Most High knows your heart. Christ knows your heart.
There were cappers out there.
So I'm gonna have you do it multiple times.
Yep.
And then if you have no problems multiple times, then I know you want to do it.
He wanted to do this.
This is why, perfect example for us doing campaigns. When they was sacrificing to get to the school, it was a little easier to get it done. Now the school is here. Is getting up at 4 a little harder now? A little bit. Getting up at 4, fighting a good fight don't feel the same once the mission is accomplished as pre-mission being accomplished. You can just sense it in the room. You can feel it. It's an unspoken reality. The unspoken reality is, okay, man, we did the good work, man.
We chill now.
When can I take my ease?
When can I take my break? When can I sit back here and take the pedal off the metal and just kind of go in cruise control? Then Most High's like, I thought you wanted to serve me. Yeah, but I kind of want to serve the Most High and slow down at the same time. Is that possible? That's the thinking.
Or choose my schedule.
Same thing. It's still slowing and putting your foot off the gas. It's the same concept. This is how we think. So the Most High was like, well, maybe you guys need a new campaign. Maybe the sky has to fall again to recreate that fight again. This is why we'll go generations upon generations upon rebuilding campaigns. Maybe they need another campaign because the zeal ain't there anymore.
You gotta have a reason to fight.
So let's create it. Let's have the sky fall and everybody run and scuttle like ants and start over again. How about that? How about that's happened? How about we've lived it? How about the Most High got you living it again the same way? He got us all doing the same thing. Because you didn't do it the right way, you're going to do it again because you got to do it the right way with your outlook. If your outlook isn't pure, then it didn't count. Yeah. How about that?
That's scripture, bro.
Let's continue.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 4.
And verse 4 is going to be the proof. Read on.
For into a malicious soul.
Into a negative outlook. You can do all the good works. That's why people can sit back here and be commandment keepers all damn day long and have malicious spirits. I've worked with men for many years. La Torah. And you tore me all damn day long, but still have hate in your heart. What good is following all the laws and you have hate? Are you actually following the scriptures the way they were intended to do? If I can't see the good in what I do for the Most High, but I follow the law, am I really spiritual? If you sit back here and keep your husband, but you hate every minute of it, and you question him all the damn time, are you really serving your husband? With gladness and joyfulness of heart? Isn't that why we didn't get a chance to keep our kingdom in Canaan? Because we didn't serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart? So was it just about following the law? Or you had to be glad and joyful in following the law? But if you don't joyfully serve your husband, why would the Most High say, man, this is a good servant, she's a good wife? And your wife's retort would be what I was hearing. I made him his favorite chicken. and cooked him his favorite meal, and I worked hard. But did you serve with gladness and joyfulness of heart? So what I got to do is put you under similar stressful conditions in which you still had a negative outlook towards your husband. And now you got to sit back here and learn how to look at your husband in a good light under these particular stressful conditions. And if you can do it again the right way, then you'll be honored to go to the next lesson. This is how the Most High works you. It's how he develops women and men. This is why in your life you keep repeating the same battles, like it's Groundhog Day. What was it? You ever see that movie? This guy wakes up in Punxsutawney, damn Bostonite, every damn day because he never figures out that his outlook was the issue. He had to learn how to love and see the good in people and treat people with respect. He was going to sit back and live the same damn day every day for years. Have you ever watched it? You should, because it was good. It was like dry humor, but it was good.
Was that wasn't Jim Belushi?
It was with Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Every day, he wakes up and is like, "What's going on?" And he sits back here. He was already a pessimistic person, so he sits back here and he masters every aspect of the day. He says, "Okay, this person is going to walk by. This person is going to fill my coffee cup up with coffee. This person is going to sit back here and put the syrup on the pancakes." He says, a gust of wind. He knows every part of the day. Then he stops giving a damn. He starts being a bank robber and takes money and he kills people. And he just doesn't give a damn. And he realizes, damn, I'm not getting out of this. He gets killed. He kills himself. He goes through all these extremes. And then he tries everything possible to get out of this situation. Every corrupt thing he can. He's bagging every woman in the city. He's doing all kind of filth. Robbing, stealing, killing. And then he realizes, let me do good to people. And at the end of the day, he does good to people, and he finds the love of his life. And all he wakes up to the next day. It's funny. It's a bizarro world scenario, but the Most High got us going through similar scenarios. You're going to keep repeating. He's going to get older. The only difference is you're going to keep getting older.
Yeah.
Then you're going to keep repeating these cycles until you figure out what's the spiritual lesson the Most High is trying to teach you. And when you do that, you will finally begin to gain access to the Spirit. And that's the truth. Read verse 4 again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 4. For into a malicious soul,
Into a spirit that is subject to sin. A spirit that is subject to see the worst in a situation. A spirit that is subject to be skeptical, doubtful, angry, hateful, insecure, cocky, proud. The person that thinks that the squeaky wheel gets the most oil.
Mm-hmm.
I can't count on how people think that there's no benefit of doing things the right way because a negative person gets more attention than the person that does the good thing. Whatever your vice is, whatever your pessimism is, whatever your negative, sour outlook is, that malicious spirit, read on,
wisdom shall not enter.
the Spirit of Christ won't enter into you. Whether you're the loud talker, the brawler, or the crier. Because sometimes the brawler looks like the wickedest person in the world, and the quiet, fake, humble person is the one that's the loved one. They're both wicked. How about that one? Because if you can't see the good and the lesson the Most High is teaching you, the Spirit of Christ won't enter into you. I don't give a damn if you know how to talk and you know how to blow smoke up whoever you want to talk to gain favor from outward people. The Spirit won't honor you. Just like Rachel. Jacob loved him some Rachel. But she was an idolatress. She was sneaky. She was a liar. And you know the Most High saw her. That's why she died early. Didn't have many children. All that favor didn't gain her the Most High's favor. But do you believe that? Do you trust in that? Do you trust in these words enough to stay spiritually connected despite what your eyes tell you? Simple reality. But into that malicious, negative outlook, the Spirit you'll never be rewarded the Spirit. You'll be empty. All the Bible, all the verses, but with an empty spirit that the Most High can't do nothing with, and that you can't be profitable to nobody with. Maybe I know people that know the Bible like crazy, but can't positively impact anyone. What good is having the Bible and knowing scriptures, but your example and your words can touch nobody? You don't want to be that person either. Read on.
Nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin.
The Spirit will not be around somebody who has a proclivity to be negative, to sin, to give in, to quit, to not fight. You can have all the laws in the world, all the Sabbaths under your belt in the world, all the fringes and stringy clothes in the world, know how to talk to generals. But if you can't sit back and see the good in what's around you, and if you're subject to bringing negative in outlook in your conduct, the Spirit will not reward you. Simple as that. Read on.
For the Holy Spirit of discipline.
And if the Spirit don't reward you, like in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 verse 20, you won't have access to the what? The kingdom. Because it's about getting to the kingdom.
Yeah.
So if you can't work on your outlook, you won't get the kingdom. Read on.
For the Holy Spirit of discipline.
The Holy Spirit is the wisdom, is the Spirit, is the Spirit of Christ. The Holy Spirit, the true Spirit, is predicated on discipline. We read that in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6. You can't get wisdom unless you love and desire discipline. So the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of wisdom, is really the true spirit of discipline. Which means what? I have to love to control my thoughts. I have to love to tell myself that what I think is wrong. How I feel is wrong. How many times do you study and challenge that all these feelings and sensations that pop in your head are untrue? That's the beginning of gaining access to the Spirit. Then have you ever counted how many whack thoughts go through your head? How many untrue feelings pop in your head? You should keep score one day. How many untrue feelings pop in your head? Write a scorecard. And then once you write down how many untrue thoughts pop in your head, then do you sit back here and provide verses to attack each untrue thought? When you start doing that, now you're in the game. Now you're in the game. Because most people just la 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 la, boop, boop, they're just going in and out. You ever see those like old cartoons when they're sitting back here, juice, 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 juice. They're just walking. All these people are cha-chaing through your mind now. All these negative thoughts are just cha-chaing through. My turn. It's just a conveyor belt of negative thoughts that are flowing through your head
To stimulate your mind.
and you're just letting them come through.
Yep.
And I don't know why my head is so messed up. Why am I fighting these battles? I'm trying to tell you, I'm joking. I'm creating like cartoon versions to get you to see it. But that's how much negative you invite into your mind.
Flows.
How many untrue thoughts just flow.
What we don't realize too is that we make the Most High look bad when we do that. When we harbor negative thoughts, that's like telling the Most High, "You provide me no good. You do me no good."
That's why the Spirit don't reward you and is not there with you.
There's a verse on that too, Psalm 4 and 2. Psalm chapter 4, verse 2.
Psalm chapter 4 and verse 2. O ye sons of men,
He said, "Oh, you sons of men, read."
how long will you turn my glory into shame?
So every time we're harboring negative thoughts, every time we're holding on to negative thoughts about, I'm the victim and people are evil and, this life is not, it's not beneficial to me in the way that I feel like it should be.
I didn't ask for this in my marriage.
Yeah, I didn't ask for this. I didn't sign up for this.
Yes. How about God did for you?
Yeah.
He actually signed your paperwork.
Yeah.
He signed your paperwork.
He did mandatory hiring.
Mandatory minimum.
Yeah.
He gave you mandatory minimum. He gave you quote unquote Pelican Bay.
Yep.
He gave it to you. He put that case on you. How about that one? Anyway, sorry.
So he said, how long what?
How long will you turn my glory into shame?
The Most High said, every time that you choose to hold on to your negative thoughts, he said, you turn my glory into what?
Shame.
Shame. Why? Read on.
How long will you love vanity?
He said, how long will you love vanity, which is empty, no good thoughts that we hold on to? Read on.
And seek after leasing.
He says, we seek after what?
Leasing.
The word leasing means untruths. How long will you be looking to tell yourself things that are not true? How often do we do that? You asked earlier the question, you said, do we actually count how many things that are lies
And untruths
that we say or we come up with in our mind? The Most High asked the same question. How long will you keep telling yourself things that are not true? And that's what leasing is. He said we actually seek after deceptive lies and things that are untrue.
Isaiah 30 says that
We
too.
look for things that are lies and
Prophesied
untrue.
lies.
Yeah. We'd rather hear lies than hear truth.
And when he says we take his glory into shame, why were we created? To serve him. We were created because we were that city on the hill that was supposed to fight their thoughts, fight their outlook, and see the good in the Lord and to teach others also.
Yep.
You know what we thought we were chosen for? To be kings and queens and have things, and have power, and have pew, pew. Remember the prophet said, I want to have fire come out of my hands and kill people. The prophet said that. I want to be like Elijah.
Yep.
Every prophet want to be like Elijah. Why? Because he can send fire from heaven and kill his enemies. That's what we want to be prophets for. But you were called and chosen to be his glory. But you were supposed to gain glory and power by your discipline. Your controlling of your thoughts and your outlook so you can serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart. But we want to sit back here and get the cartoon power out. That's what we're in this for. Men coming to you to get multiple women. That's what they come in for. That's what they want the shiny new toys out for being on point. They want pride and ego, and they want to get inflated. They want something out the deal. When in actuality, you're supposed to serve and discipline your mind and your spirit and your outlook so you can hopefully gain access to the Spirit. Go back to Wisdom chapter 1. Wisdom Solomon 1, verse 4 again. No, verse 5.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 5. But the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit.
It says the Holy Spirit of discipline, because that's what the true spirit is. It's the Holy Spirit of discipline. You have to embrace and live a life of discipline to gain access to it. So it's like you have to learn to love and keep discipline in your life to keep wisdom around you. And it will flee deceit. What's deceit? The lying, that lying tongue, those lying thoughts,
And those
lying
false reasons.
emotions, and those lies that you feed every single day.
Just tell yourself.
It takes discipline to attack all of those feelings that you feed, those lies that you hold on to that become your identity. It becomes your claim to fame. He says you have to sit back here. If you're cleaving to wisdom, you'll learn to discipline and attack those feelings, and those feelings will no longer have power and dominate you over time. Read on.
And remove from thoughts that are without understanding.
And because once again, those lies or that leasing, those thoughts that are untrue, have no merit and understanding. But that's what has to leave in order for the spirit of wisdom to enter into you. You can't sit back here and be a liar and the Spirit work through you at the same time. You can't sit back here and make decisions and have strong feelings that dominate your outlook and have the Spirit reward you at the same time. You can't have these biases and these negative spins on things and the Spirit with you at the same time. So if you're doing things the right way and living by these scriptures, you are attacking this pride and this prejudice and this impurity. You're attacking it And while you're attacking and destroying these strongholds and these imaginations that Paul talks about, and you're entering in the true spirit. If when you read Wisdom of Solomon, you can't tell me Paul isn't quoting these concepts in the New Testament with his understanding of Wisdom of Solomon. Because he's saying the same thing. And David was saying the same thing in Psalms 2. All Paul was doing was patterning Psalms and Wisdom of Solomon and Ecclesiasticus in his writing. And he was teaching in his way how to gain access to the Spirit like Solomon was, like David was, like great men were. Continue verse 5.
And will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in.
But just as much as this discipline will run off these delusions, if the delusions linger, then the righteous thoughts will leave too. You'll lose access to the Spirit when you allow these lies, this leasing, these unrealistic and these unrighteous thoughts to dominate your mind. So if you're that angry and you're that pissed and you're that vexed, do you think the Spirit is working with you when you're that mad?
There is a spirit working with you.
Yeah, it's Diablo. This guy's got horns.
He likes that.
But it's not the spirit.
But if you're that pissed off, and I don't want to hear a wise man is angry. I don't want to hear that crap. Listen, a wise man is angry in Ecclesiastes 1:18 has nothing to do with your hate. If you've got hate in your heart, know the Spirit ain't with you.
That's why the Most High asked Cain, "Why thou wroth?"
Yep.
He says, do it thou well, and thou shalt not be accepted. He said, but if not, sin lieth at the door.
Didn't the Most High say also pride and anger wasn't meant for man? That was born of a woman.
Yeah.
And why are you angry? Because you're out the Spirit. And
then that's what he asked Jonah. He said, doest it well that thou be angry?
Yeah.
Yes. To Jonah, yes. Being angry does something.
What's the answer?
That is the answer.
That's hilarious.
He kept praying to die too.
That's why he was a minor prophet. Listen, most had to show that there was some guys that was prophets that didn't do it right anyway. There was some prophets that the Spirit worked with, but they didn't figure it out. There was some can't get rights out too out.
Yeah,
because it's a reality. But let's continue.
Verse 6. For wisdom is a loving spirit.
The spirit of wisdom. But once again, Wisdom of Solomon 6, verse, I think 13 down, explained that you had to have, the spirit of wisdom had to have discipline first. And then love to do what?
Keep her love.
To sustain it. So the spirit of wisdom, listen, this is why when you're sitting back here and you first start trying to gain access to the Spirit, it's all discipline. I'm not thinking that. I'm not feeding that negative thought. I refuse to think this way. I refuse to act this way. And once you start gaining control over your thoughts, love of the Most High in Christ allows you to sustain the discipline you need to keep it going. But it starts with discipline and just, I am not going to let none of this. It's not even when you have a diet. When you change your diet, it starts off with discipline. I'm not eating this chicken. I'm not eating these fries. I'm not eating this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. And then the more you do that, you can sustain your diet because of what? Because of how you see your body acting.
Yeah.
I love my body enough to keep this going. It's the same thing when it deals with your spirit. It's all denial until you get to the point where you see how you've grown. And now you want to keep this mindset for the rest of your life. So he's saying this is the same thing with how to gain access to the Spirit and how to keep it. How to retain access to the Spirit. Read verse 6.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 6. For wisdom is a loving spirit, and will not acquit a blasphemer of his word.
Listen, you can't sit back here and properly serve the Most High and still fuel hate and blaspheming thoughts in your spirit. It can't work. It can't work that way. Read on.
For the Most High is witness of his reigns, and a true beholder.
The Most High is a witness. Listen, The Most High witnesses your reins. Who controls the reins? You. And the Most High gives you access to the Holy Spirit, the true Spirit, the Spirit of wisdom, because He sees your decisions. He sees how you process adversity. He sees how you handle battles. And He sees that you choose to fuel the good way of looking at things, Christ's way of looking at things, versus fronting and fueling your pride. You can't hide gaining access to the Spirit. Either you got it or you don't. And the Most High is like, I'll reward it to him because I see how he or she is moving. I see that they're choosing to look at things the right way. I see that they made the right decision. They fought their battle. I'm going to reward them because I see how they're controlling and they're fighting to control their thoughts. That is everything in regards to gaining access to the Spirit and eventually the kingdom. Read on.
And a true beholder of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue.
The Most High is a true beholder of your intentions and your mind. And based on how well you choose to fight your thoughts and your feelings and emotions will determine access to the Spirit. Read on.
Verse 7. For the Spirit of the Lord filleth the world.
Listen, there's other verses where the Holy Spirit is all around the world, looking for who wants it. The spirit of the world is ready to be accessed, but the majority of the world don't want to discipline their mind and their spirit enough to gain access to people. And it's said this way because people think that gaining access to the Spirit is damn near impossible. It's not. Any of us can gain access. Any Israelite can gain access to the Spirit. But how hard are you willing to work and commit for how long to keep holiness holily in order to earn this access? That's readily available to all of us. Read on.
And that which containeth all things hath knowledge of the voice.
He says, and that which containeth all things hath knowledge of the voice. Read on.
Therefore, he that speaketh unrighteous things cannot be hid.
So he says the person that speaks unrighteous things also thinks unrighteous things. So the person that thinks unrighteous things and speaks it can't be hid. You might be able to hide how you really feel to the person that you love or the person that you're around, but the Most High sees and hears everything. So if we don't practice attacking our thoughts and controlling our reins, the Spirit will expose us and not give us access to it. There's no fooling the Spirit. Read on.
Neither shall vengeance, when it punisheth, pass by him.
So he says, vengeance will eventually sting all of us that don't choose to fight our battle the right way. So we have a responsibility to break what's inside of us so we can sustain access to Christ. Read on.
For inquisition shall be made into the counsels of the ungodly.
The Most High is going to start sitting back here and attacking the individuals and the counsels of the people who don't really love serving Him. The crazy thing is, the greats understood how to move in the Spirit. And all Paul did and Christ did, and that movement from Matthew all the way down, was to try to teach more people how to gain access to the Spirit. Because so many of us, whether it's the Christian community who has a bastardized idea of how to gain access to the Spirit, or even the Hebrew community that can get so caught up and rigid on the law that they don't have access to the Spirit and they don't understand how to connect to Christ. All of us are twisted in some way. And it connects to whether it was the Essenes or it was the Pharisees or the Sadducees or the Galileans or the Nicolaitans. Christ was like, they're all off. And why were they all off? Because the Sadducees were Torah only. The Pharisees were the law and the prophets. But regardless of the doctrine that was pushed, they were all wrong because they didn't understand Christ. and they didn't understand what it took to gain access to the Spirit of Christ inside of you. And this is what Christ was trying to teach. He had to come down in physical form and then say, I'm going to reward you the Holy Spirit. When I leave, the Holy Spirit is going to sit back here and be there for you to access. But how do you gain access to the Spirit? It's the same way men had access to wisdom in the past. And you gain access to the wisdom or the Spirit of truth or the Spirit of Christ by how much discipline you impose on your thoughts and your outlook and your perspective. And the better you corral your outlook and perspective, the greater chance you have access to the Spirit and the greater chance you have access to the kingdom.
You know, people may think brainwashing and mind control, they take them terms the wrong way. You know, first of all, we do need our brainwash. We do need our minds clean.
Yep.
Because how could you get the Spirit with a dirty mind? You know, you have to clean your mind out to get the Spirit. And then mind control is not about having other people control your mind, but it's about controlling your mind. Can you corral your thoughts? Because when they said the Most High tried the reins in translation means the kidneys. It's the kidneys. It's an organ of the body. That's what the reins mean. The reins mean the kidneys. But why does the reins mean the kidneys? The reins mean the kidneys because it said that passion and emotion come from the deep seat of the belly. It's what you crave. It's what you want. It's what you like, what you don't like. It's what you fiend for. These things come from the deepest part, or somebody has pissed you off.
Inwards.
Your inward parts, right. Somebody has pissed you off. I'm so angry. Ooh, I'm just so angry. I don't even got an appetite. They ruined my appetite. How can somebody ruin your appetite? Are you that mad that your appetite disappeared? You not hungry no more? Then was you really ever hungry? Or your emotions change your hunger? And that's why the Most High say that the reins, he tries the reins. He tries emotion. He tries passion. Mm-hmm. He tries feelings. He tries attitude. He tries all these things. He's trying to see how do you respond to people, and how do you let people dictate and control your feelings and your emotions. So if you don't have any control over that, and people could just change the nature about you, change your complete nature, then obviously the Most High is not rewarding you with the Spirit because you're too vulnerable. You're too susceptible to change. You're too volatile, too unstable. Why would the Most High give an unstable person the Spirit?
Exactly.
Then you would abuse people with the Spirit. Remember, the scriptures say the Spirit is love. Yeah. The Holy Spirit is love. So if you let people control you, what will you do with the Spirit? Will you show them love or get angry and then show them hate?
You ruin people.
You ruin people with the Spirit.
And they'll have the impression that you're in the Spirit. And they'll say, well, that's the Spirit.
Yeah.
That's what they do too. They watch you make a mistake, or they watch you something out the Spirit. They say, I'm going to emulate that.
Yeah, because that must be what it means to be in the Spirit. That's not the Spirit. The outcome of the Spirit is love. So now, why would the Most High let me injure somebody with my emotion? And then say that's the Holy Spirit. That's not true. So that's why the Most High is he's trying the reins. He's checking out the kidneys. He's checking out them organs. He's checking out them emotions, the passions, your desires, your wants, your feelings. He's looking at everything. In every exchange you go about in a day, the Most High is monitoring how do you deal with it. Yep. Oh, you let that piss you off. Can't give you the Spirit yet.
I can't reward you. Why would you get the blessings if you can't work on you?
You let that one statement throw you in a loop. You're just out the loop. Now your whole day is shot because somebody said something to you that you didn't like. So the whole day is no good? The whole day?
Yeah.
The whole day is ruined? You ruined my day. Like, damn, you let somebody ruin your day? The Most High gave you that day. How can the Most High ruin something? You let somebody ruin what the Most High gave you? Because your feelings did. Your emotions did. So guess what? You can't get the Spirit then. You're not worthy of the Spirit. It's not until you start to master your own feelings and what you let people do as far as how far you let them push your buttons. Christ said, read that real quick. 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 23. Might be 2 and 23, but
Is what we're saying making sense? Do we understand what this is about? So we're trying to make sure we explain that the spirit isn't just some mystical, ghostly thing, but it is a literal thing. The spirit is a reward for your spiritual fight and the discipline you have for your thoughts.
yeah, it's 1 Peter 2 and 20. Start at 21.
1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 21. For even hereunto were ye called,
He said that's why you was called in the truth. Read on.
because Christ also suffered for us.
That means Christ didn't get out the spirit because he had to suffer for somebody else. Because of somebody else's foolishness or ignorance or stupidity or somebody else's hate. He never got out the spirit. Read.
Leaving us an example.
Leaving us a what?
An example
Go ahead.
that ye should follow his steps.
So why was we called to the truth?
To follow his steps.
Follow his steps. That means do we let people get us out the spirit? Change our mentality? Alter our emotions and our feelings? Our outlook? Or just ruin everything about the day? You just ruined my day. Were you going to pout the whole day? Read on.
Who did no sin,
It said Christ did no sin. Read.
neither was guile found in his mouth.
You know what that gal is? I'm going to get you back. I'm going to reward you. You want to stun on me? You want to hate on me? I'm going to get you back. I'm going to do you dirty. You want to do me dirty? I'm going to do you dirty.
It's all that filth that you play with.
Yeah. Just wait. That's what we say. Just wait. Watch.
Don't believe me?
Don't believe me? Just watch.
Horrible.
Read on.
Who, when he was reviled not again.
And when he was reviled, he reviled what?
Not again.
When he was done dirty. And when he was defamed, spit on, demoralized, hit for no reason, mocked and ridiculed, he said he reviled what?
Not again.
Read.
When he suffered, he threatened not.
He didn't do what?
He threatened not.
So did his condition change his outlook? Did his suffering change his outlook? And it was suffering that was put on to a person that didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, some of us deserve suffering because we're not consciously pure like that, but we're trying to be. We're called to be this way. But you have to learn how to put on the mind of Christ in order to get through the evils that men do to you. That men, when I say men and women. Men and women commit evils. But you can't be affected. If you got the spirit on you, you won't be affected by what men and women do to you.
He said in the end times, perilous times will come, and people will be lovers of their own selves. And when people are lovers of their own selves, how do you handle it?
Yeah.
Are you able to be spiritual?
Can you maintain the spirit regardless of what people do to you?
Can you cleave to the spirit? Can you fight to keep the spirit with you? A lot of us don't. And wonder why we fall short of the glory of the Most High in Christ. We shame the Most High because we don't take this opportunity and grasp it. To have the ability to have Christ in your life, in your heart, and you just spit on it, when the rest of the world don't have that access. We're so focused on access, power, and rulership and authority. The real gift, status and ego, the real gift is the spirit of having access to the spirit of Christ in you. That's the blessing. That's the gift. To have the spirit move you through your entire life and teach and correct and guide.
That's the glory.
That's the glory. Not the carnal that we want out of it.
You know, the Most High can dictate the outcome of the situation.
And will walk you through exactly how to do it. It ain't nothing to do with intelligence. Smarts. I went to this school or I'm this smart. No, he'll work you through it because your spirit was right. And you worked hard enough on the inventory of your spirit to where you choose to see the good and the blessings and everything. And in return, wisdom will guide you at every what? Thought. And that's what we should be looking for. You done with that?
Finish that.
But committed himself.
It said, but Christ did what?
Committed himself.
To revenge?
But committed himself.
To getting people back?
But committed himself.
You hate me, I'm going to hate you?
To him that judges righteously.
He said, I'll leave it up to the Most High to handle you. I don't have to lift a finger. I don't have to curse you out because you cursed me out. I don't have to return evil for evil. You can say all the things you want about me and I just take it. And the Most High will decide who's right or wrong. Do we have that kind of consciousness? Because that's what it takes to stay in the spirit. Well, I don't have to reward anything to anybody, regardless of how evil they are. And I'll just let the Most High will come through and decide and determine who's right or wrong in this situation. Or if I'm deserving of this or not deserving of this. When Shimei was cursing David out, David said, well, it may be that the Most High sending this man to cuss me out because I got a blessing in return. Maybe the Most High is using this man to cuss me out because, I was wrong. Or maybe some good will come out of it. How do we look at and process the negatives that come across us in our lives?
And this is why this says David was a man of his own heart.
Yeah.
Because the Spirit truly worked through him. And David said, blessed is the man whom his own mistakes isn't pretty much counted against him.
It's imputed.
His sin
Sins
is
are not imputed. Yeah.
Exactly. His sins aren't imputed like his evil eye. And what it's saying is that David's outlook was so pure, the Most High winked at his deficiencies. Because he did something that was worthy of death. But because his outlook was so pure for such a long period of time, he winked at the mistake and gave him mercy. Whereas us, who have these dirtbag thoughts, we do something he did, we're out of there. It's important to fight to keep that spirit out, that spirit of Christ in you.
God.
But keep going, I'm sorry.
No, that was it on the verse.
Well, let's go back to Wisdom Solomon 1 and go to verse 10.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 10. For the ear of jealousy heareth all things.
Listen, the ear of jealousy is that same spirit of wisdom that's everywhere looking at everything we do. The ear of jealousy, meaning he's looking, the spirit is looking for things in us to prove that we're not in the spirit. The ear of jealousy, like I'm listening for anybody whose thoughts are in competition with the Heavenly Father.
There you go.
That same spirit of wisdom that's everywhere is also keeping track and keeping score like you want to keep score. Israel wants to keep score by all the things that was done wrong to them. That ear of jealousy is keeping score of all of your negative offenses towards the Most High. Your negative outlook towards the Most High. He's keeping score like you keep score. And that ear of jealousy is watching. Read on.
And the noise of murmurings is not hid.
All of your complaining can be heard.
Yeah.
All of your negative words and your negative complaining is heard. Just like you want to keep score of what's been done wrong to you, the Spirit is keeping track of all the negative and complaints about your circumstances.
How you're vexed.
That you vex the Most High.
How many times you said this is stupid?
This ain't fair. What I'm going through is unfair. Nobody cares. This is jacked up. You want to complain? He's keeping score. Read on.
Therefore, beware of murmuring, which is unprofitable.
That's not
Complaining doesn't work, and you definitely don't have access to the Spirit when you're complaining.
That's why it's not profitable. Because
you get
only
nothing
profit
out
is
of it.
Christ.
Because nothing gets fixed by complaining.
Yeah.
The only way you fix anything is by watching and seeing the lesson the Most High has for you in your circumstance. It is fruitless to complain.
Yeah.
Read on.
And refrain your tongue from backbiting.
Mm-hmm.
For there is no word so secret that shall go for naught, and the mouth that belayeth slayeth the soul.
The mouth slays the spirit. The mouth, your feelings, your thoughts, your complaints destroy your spirit because it denies access for the Spirit to enter into.
Wow.
You slay your soul by complaints because all those complaints don't allow the Spirit of Christ to flow through you. So this is how you lose years, by complaining, and then it's masked by depression and I'm sad. All that depression crap is you being ungrateful and unappreciative. Not seeing the good the Most High has been there for you. How can you be depressed when the Most High daily loads you with benefits?
Yep.
Can't. You're lying to yourself, and those lies are slaying your spirit. Those complaints are slaying your spirit. Read on.
Seek not death in the era of your life.
But people seek death when they look at things the wrong way. Seek not death in the era of your life. How do we err in our life? How we process things negative. How we're sad, we're emo, nothing's fair, nobody cares. That's how you sit back here and one-way ticket to death. Read on.
And pull not upon yourselves destruction with the works of your hands.
You bring destruction to you by having negative thoughts.
Because you're mad.
Because I'm angry, I'm unappreciative, I can't see the good in what the Most High's put me through, and I'm in trouble. Finish this verse, my hands all messed up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pull back a little bit.
You go to verse 13, right? You read down to verse 13.
God, 13.
All right, read it one more time.
Verse 12, verse 13.
Verse 12 and 13.
Verse 12. Seek not death in the era of your life.
Go ahead. Now, what is that seeking death in the area of your life? You know what? That means I'd rather look at, is the glass half empty or half full?
Come.
That means I look at things like what? Half empty. Why live? Why continue suffering like this if all I'm going to do in life is suffer? Why keep going down this road? I've been down this road before. I already know where this leads. I'm gonna prematurely jump to skipping this step in my life. I don't want to suffer like this. So I'd rather just die than live like this.
Yeah. Those are real conversations.
Yeah. I'd rather die than go through what I'm going through than have to live like this. That's somebody that's still trying not to make right with the Most High. I still got to go back to the Lord. Read on.
And pull not upon yourselves destruction.
They said, but I'm pulling upon myself what?
Destruction.
Yeah, man, I'm complaining. Yeah, of course. Life and death is in the power of the what?
Tongue.
The tongue. So a word might have said that already. But yeah, when you're saying something and you keep talking and complaining, the Most High is listening to it, and I show the Most High I don't appreciate the experience. Because the suffering is supposed to teach me something. Then I'm telling the Most High, I don't want the experience to learn what's on the other side of this lesson.
Yeah.
And I really don't want to cleave to you.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to cleave to the Most High, then there's consequences.
I don't have no faith either.
You don't want to. You don't want to know the Most High.
But there's understanding, though. There's understanding in lessons if I can get through it. There's a testimony waiting on the other side of this tragedy, on the other side of this suffering. There's a strong testimony and a lesson, a valuable one at that, that's worthy to be explained and taught and passed down to other people. You think you're the only one that's going to go through something in life? You think you're the only one that's going to go through some traumatic experiences in life? Or are we not supposed to take these traumatic experiences, learn the Spirit, learn how to manage these experiences through the Spirit so we can help somebody else get through it?
Can I pull one scripture with that?
Come on.
Jonah 4:9, word for word, he says it. He says it word for word, Shamshua. Jonah 4:9. Now you can go to verse 6 to get the context, and then verse 9 is the close. Anybody got it?
Somebody else read. I mean, whoever got it.
Jonah chapter 4, verse 6. And the Most High Power prepared a gourd and made it to come up over Jonah, that it might be a shadow over his head.
So the Most High created a situation to give him a temporary relief. Read.
To deliver him from his grief.
Read on. So the Most High was considerate. Read.
So Jonah was exceeding glad of the gourd. But the Most High prepared a worm when the morning rose the next day, and it smote the gourd that it withered.
But guess what? The contrast happened. He gonna test his outlook. I gave you relief from that sun. Now I'm gonna just give you a little test. Give this worm for you. Read.
Verse 8. And it came to pass, when the sun did arise, that the Most High prepared a vehement east wind, and the sun beat upon the head of Jonah, that he fainted.
You're back in that repeated cycle. You're back in that repetition of challenge. That sun's hitting him again. Read.
And wished in himself to die.
There you go. I'm back in the same challenge as usual. The sun's hitting my head, and I'm facing the wind. Most High gave me a temporary break. Then he put me back in the battle again. Read.
And wished in himself to die. And said, it is better for me to die than to live. And the Most High said to Jonah, doest thou well to be angry for the Lord?
This is the question said. Are you mad at your life? Are you mad at the test I'm putting you through? What did Jonah say? Read.
And he said, I do well to be angry, even unto death.
That's it.
Done. Good.
I'd rather die. Yeah.
So listen, from there, let's finish up on Wisdom of Solomon. Let's go to verse 13. Do 13.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 13. For the Most High made not death, neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living.
Most High doesn't sit back here and enjoy if we fall on our face and die. He's giving us every opportunity in the world to choose righteousness, to choose receiving the Spirit. If we need do-overs, he gives it to us. He gives us the opportunity to come back to him as many times as we can. The beauty of Christ is that when he came down, he gave us a chance at redemption. Before Christ, one sin we're out of it. His death gave us a whole lifetime to work on what's inside of us. He doesn't enjoy the fact that we pine away. We choose to pine away and die. Read on. Read on.
For he created all things that they might have their being.
Listen, he created all things that they may have a being, especially Israelites. We were supposed to fill in our potential and tap into his glory. Read on.
It says, and the generations of the world were healthful, and there is no poison of destruction in them, nor the kingdom of death upon the earth.
Listen, if we do our job, the nations will be able to sit back and be healthful and vibrant too. But we have to play our part. Women and men have to learn how to be positive, spiritual, and choose looking at things the way Christ wants us to, through discipline and love. Read on.
For righteousness is immortal.
Righteousness is immortal, but Israel was the only one given the opportunity to reach that pinnacle. Are we going to sit back here and fight? That's what being chosen is about. That's what being chosen was. We have the opportunity to lead from the front and live a life in which the Spirit of Christ controls you. That's the birthright. That's what we were given. And we're the only one on earth that hasn't embraced it and embraced our calling. Can we embrace our calling and operate in the Spirit like all the great leaders of the past have done? With that, we're going to shut it down again. Are there any questions? Imagine we're putting in Jerusalem.
Stand and
Just
face
us.
Jerusalem?
Was it us?
No, it's
It's
everybody.
everybody. Right. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angel
and the righteous angel
to watch over, bless,
heal,
protect, and make strong, the people of Yasharal.
the people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us, much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For in thee is our hope, always, and forever. Amen. Breakfast. Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Barakatah Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Shemad, Zayat, Lamashah, Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hand.
In the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shall thou exalt.
But my horn shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our palace.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahshua.
By Shem Yahshua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama-Iowa.
Hama-Iowa.
La-Duwa.
La-Duwa.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tuwa. Wama. Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatuwa. Ayo. Hara'at. Yarad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Harad. Shayarat. Ayo. Payat. Manawathiwa. Kato. Karamwan. Shayarat. Ayo. Aroria. Tazayawan. Hayat. Sham. Tazawat. Yahweh. Habaraka. Tayayim. Hawallah. By Shem Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahshua. Yahweh. By Shem Yahshua. Wachnoah. Washrali. Wabiat. Point. Turn. Yahweh. By Shem Yahshua. Wachnoah. Washrali. Wabiat. Point. Turn. Yahweh. By Shem Yahshua. Wachnoah. Washrali. Wabiat. Point. Turn. Yahweh, Bashem, Yahshua, Wachnoah, Washrali, Wabiat, support. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahshua, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahshua, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all grace, all love, all power, all power, from your house. All power from your house. Basham, Yahusha, Yad, Amiyaki.
Saluting up in the heavenly order, Yahweh, by Yahweh Shai, and the original, Mother, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakah.
Kum Yashal,
Kwam Yashal.
Kum Yashal,
Kwam Yashal.
at the top,
Turn and face this.
first face sisters, sister, please stand,
Mom Shabbat.
on your bottom. Saluting out the daughter of Zion, and the original, Mother, Barak,
Yahushua Barakah Basham Yahushua. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Voila. Israel, to tune in. See y'all on Monday.